Everyone. I woke up late today. To be honest, I mean, it's not my normal stream day anyway, so, might as well stream those that want to work on the game and, having people to chat with, working on the game. It's kind of nice. Get all the links. Don't need those. Do need these. I'm of course completely not organized today, but that's okay. Another day of wishing YouTube had a generic link that I could just simply add to my Discord every single time. It does not. Much to my sadness, it does not. It does not. I found out that apparently Twitch doesn't count lurkers anymore, which is pretty awkward because most people I think just lurk in game dev. If they don't necessarily want to chat, they just kind of want to watch, listen to what's going on. So that's awful. That explains a lot, because as soon as they started that, I noticed the number of people was counting were down, but there were still people who were watching, so it was really weird. It's like, okay, well, they're watching, but Twitch doesn't count them. Ugh. I suppose they're supposed to be targeting bots, but the problem is that they apparently have switched to not targeting bots and now just targeting lurkers. It's like, but why would you target the people watching and not the people who are botting? Right, because most of the traffic on the site is bots. I am starting to wonder if, more than 10 to 20% of the traffic on Twitch is even real. Or if it's just mostly bots. It would make a lot of sense. People just suddenly instantly popular if it's just pure bots. So I always tell these things, it's like, these people seem so artificial. Why are they? They're not entertaining, they're just somehow really popular. And maybe they're just not for me, it's possible. I mean, I'm not the center of the universe. If I was, well, what a sad, sad universe that would be. Yes. Yes, indeed. So I was trying to figure out why this wouldn't start. So I was trying to do a test game here. It's just controlled entirely by the menu. Oh, you bring up the actual full chat. Oh, I forgot the message for all the things too. As is the case, every day is too early until it is too late. That about sums up my entire life. Where are you at? Right here. I should just tell them to wish list. I don't even know if I care about them subscribing on YouTube. Like, they can if you want, but... Man, that's some slow going these days. Because, guess I should just bot like the other people, huh? I guess on YouTube you just want fake subs. Seems kind of weird, but that's just seems like what they aim for. I don't know. Incoming ad break, but Twitch, like, people haven't even started watching it. Why is there an incoming ad break? I don't know anymore, man. Twitch seems dead set on killing itself off. Most unfortunate, it's the only pay so far. I forgot I even had this set up. Something is wrong with this begin play thing, because on a packaged game it doesn't go to the right location. Does it do it on a normal game? On this, does it start? That's a good question. It does. But it didn't load everything until way later. That's... I figured this would be a problem. But why do you work on that but not on the package game? Well, I won't be able to see these until that, but it's opening the wrong level. Hmm. I just wanted to do a package game test, and normally this worked, but for some reason... Ugh. And words. Boliva. Perfect. The fact that Kick is advertising freaking... Like, they're letting bots advertise AI chatbots, like, just... It's just open level by name, so then... I guess I'm print streaming this. This is gonna be an obnoxious one to fix, huh? I don't even know if you can actually see this beforehand, or if it just never... if it's gone or whatever. We'll see. Guess I want as much information as I can get, but... Save the game beef every on game instance. Do you remember how I had this all set up? Because I haven't looked at it in months. God, if it wasn't for bots, who would I even talk to at all, right? I'm just gonna go down the list and see where it's hitting. I don't know what's going on with this. This is gonna be a thing, I'm sure. Load. Great, I say there. We'll just do like stage 3, I guess. Just to double check, actually. Yeah, I was skipping this for some reason. I was about to connect it up again, and I was like, wait a minute. I leave stuff half finished too often. It's kind of annoying. I don't really care about this true chain very much, but it's possible it'll matter. Guess I'll keep it going in both directions, honestly. Do I delete the true on that? Sure. Just when I think things are working perfectly. They aren't. But the main point of streaming all this stuff is actually, well, one, to have a record that I did it all, so I can just, you know, be like, hey, look, later, you know, later on, this is the journey I took. But also, it just forces me to work on it. Otherwise, I would probably get distracted a lot easier. And that's just how it is, you know? It should give me some information for what's going on, because as it is now, I just don't know. Nothing I care about's even on there. Fair enough. Doesn't usually take long to package. Takes a couple minutes at most. Gives me a second to reflect on things, I guess. Like the output log. That looks exciting, whatever's going on there. Don't worry, that's like normal. You might think it's not, but half the time these plugins arrive with these problems, you just get used to it. The only ones you care about are the red ones. Once you have the red ones, you know. Yeah. Usually what makes this take forever is if you didn't cook this stuff beforehand. If you don't cook it, like, you know, all the assets, then it'll have to do that, and that process can take hours. But once it's been cooked, it's actually pretty quick. So you add a bunch of new assets, it's got to do a bunch of cooking again, or you have to delete a bunch of files and it's got to cook everything again, or you know, whatever. Take your pick. You also have to do all this cooking crap, and you're like, neat. I don't know what half this even means. I just kind of look at it sideways. Doesn't type support some weird model type? Fair enough. It's a lot of yellow. There's something to be said for the JavaScript thing where it just auto executes, but then people can just steal all your stuff, so it's kind of like, what are you gonna do, you know? Not gonna make a game that people can just steal. And I don't mean like pirate it. Like if they're gonna pirate the game, so what? Whatever. I mean like, you know, just outright steal the game and try to sell it themselves. That's where I have a problem. If they're just gonna pirate it because they want to play it, yeah, okay, whatever, you know. At least they're playing the game. It's already a big enough problem for me getting people to play the game. I hate that it defaults to my other monitor first. But before I even waste time on that, I'm gonna click yeah, then if it doesn't work. Okay, so the messages it gave me were so it told me these here. So it creates a say, then true. What does that even tell me? Big question on that one. Why would open level by name fail? I never remember where they put the freaking stuff to include. Oops. It's in maps and modes. But not. I guess it's missing some maps, I assume. we just not including the map? Is that what the problem was? No, it's only got 3 maps, so I'm just gonna go ahead and add them all. Maybe I should make a transition map. Interesting. Because the transition map would be, it would just act as a loading screen. I could just put whatever I want on the map. That'd be kind of cool. I only have really one map anyway, so it's not like a big deal. I think that should be what I need. We'll find out. Wait a second. Soon development. Okay, good. Ah, yes, the excitement of testing package bugs. Still a bunch of changes I want to make to the game, but I want to see how well it ran packaged, because that would make a big difference on the FPS problem that I'm working on. Like if the FPS is fantastic package, then I'm less concerned. The new data layer system does reduce the actually it increases the frame rate, so that is good. It's not wrong, it's not bad, but it's got some issues. Sure, I've kind of worked out some of the kinks by setting up a thing on all my room info so that it unloads all the layers if they're not currently in use, and then another point where if it hits, you hit that, then it loads it, and then a final one that if you're really within range, it activates it, which is actually what really loads it. Like, that's what makes it visible. So eh. I think it's a terrible time to give up caffeine. Or at least try to get off it. I've been probably sleeping a bit better overall for it. That's true. It makes you tired. Presumably because it prevents you from wanting to sleep, so you never truly sleep very well when you have caffeine. So when you finally stop having it, you're just tired all the time. Until you're not again. You catch back up on sleep, then it's like, okay. So the thing about caffeine, it is addiction, you know? To a drug. It's just one that people accept. I don't want to have the little log up. At least I could stare at the log and pretend like I understand what it's doing. Wait, did I not dock and layout? I thought I clicked dock and layout. What? Give me my log. It's great. It's important, I guess. I don't know why I wasn't including the maps. It should be including the maps. I didn't change that. I guess to be fair, I did delete all those settings to try to fix an H-load problem. Apparently you don't have to build your H-loads in order to package the game. I don't know, packaging is so, like, bugs are so annoying, and I usually prefer not to do them on stream because then I have to sit here and wait while it does this stuff. Much better to work on something that's where I actually have to sit here. Because, you know, otherwise you can get it, walk around or something, get some exercise in while you're waiting for packaging things. But not really so much if you're doing it on stream. So I might switch off doing this and just save this for later. And do package bugs later. Just in general. But do like a playthrough anyway of what I have packaged to play through. What I found so far is at some point the data layers break. Don't know when it'll be. Usually it's quite a few in. Maybe it's just switching them too fast, but there's definitely something not right going on. And I'm not sure what it is because it doesn't seem like there's anything particularly in depth going on there. As far as code goes, it's actually pretty simple. So I'm assuming it's just trying to load a level, but it hasn't finished loading it and it gets confused and tries to load too many. Oh. I also shouldn't do this with this because they're getting encoding overloaded errors because apparently it's too much processing for the CPU to be sending to like 3 different things plus packaging a game. And a computer is a potato. It tries, it really does. It's still a potato. Okay, I'd probably just drop kick at that point if it became a real issue. It's technically more money than YouTube, but the thing is it's just because, you know, Innsbruck gave me cash. That's it. It's subbed a couple times and that's all. There's... I met like 2 real people on there. Everything else has been like bots. Heck, most of my followers are probably bots. Well, I guess I'll unban that one. You can be unbanned, little buddy. Speaking of bots of following the channel, I might as well increase my follower count. They're just like blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, but at least follow first if you're gonna bot me, you know? I better get something out of those bot messages. Yeah, I don't know what any of this crap means. I'm sure it means something important. But does it though? Does it really? Yeah, I think this is the last time I'm going to make the test. Now I'll just do this off stream because it's boring. It's boring for me, if nothing else. Like, if people wanted to chat with, it'd be a different story, but with just me chatting into the void, this is definitely not what I wish to do with my time. This shows how many files are involved in this game though. It's so many. And I'll probably end up doubling the amount of files before all's said and done. I mean, it won't be as bad as, you know, Thomas Brush's thing where he had like over 400 gigs or something in his directory. Like, I don't have that. I have like 135, I think, gigs. And when the game gets packaged out, it doesn't use hardly any of that. It uses package version here. 3.78 gigs, really? Oh, never mind. It didn't package everything with. That's why. Ignore that number. That number is irrelevant. I could put it on GOG at that point. Like, I mean, itch.io at that point. I don't think I'd sell my game on itch.io. No traffic on it. Also, the weird file size limits. It's just like, okay, well, we're only going to allow games that are microscopic. Okay, cool, but hear me out. That means you can only have mediocre games on your thing. Excellent. Because, you know, all the mobile games are going to go on the mobile market, so you're just going to have, like, PC games that are restricted to, like, 2 gigs in size, or 4 gigs if you beg and plead, or whatever it is the cap is. It's going to be pretty hard to have any kind of real graphics in, which is 4 gigs. It's pretty rare that I've looked at a game that's under 4 gigs that isn't a mobile game. I'll say it. I mean, there are exceptions, of course. Are there? I mean, besides ancient games, and even then I don't actually play those, but I played them back in the day, of course. Better stuff exists, though, so I don't think I would play them again. Huh. That's a good question. I remember the last game I installed that was under 4 gigs. Wasn't on mobile. Probably nothing in the last decade. Unless I was testing a game for some game dev, I guess, because I used to be in the RPG Maker thing there. And, you know, plenty of their games were tiny, but most of them weren't very good. I never did play a good RPG Maker game, not a single one. And the whole time I was in the community. Nothing that I would have willingly played outside of helping test out things. There were a couple that were fine. Like, I wouldn't have installed it, and I wouldn't have played it if I hadn't been helping them, but they weren't, like, miserable. None of them were the default setup, though. They were always some sort of weird thing that done with the engine that helped make it not awful. But a card game one that was okay. It's horribly unbalanced, and I remember it crashed multiple times while testing it. Heck, I did it on stream. But it wasn't awful. Yeah, on that one. Oh man. Have I played a good RPG Maker game? I just can't think of any. I'm gonna go with no. Not a single one. That's not to say they don't exist. I mean, and all the ones they put it for me to test and things like that, they were always 100% terrible. Maybe that's why I'm not so big on testing people's games anymore. I wasn't that big on Nintendo, to be fair. I always tested if I liked the person, not because if I actually was interested in the game, because chances are I wasn't interested in the game. You don't have to have great graphics for the game, but if your graphics look just like some generic graphics, it's pretty hard to get excited. Basically, people used all the default RPG Maker stuff. It was hard to get excited. Like, cool, I've seen all these. Your game looks about as unique as someone's AI slop, I guess, to use this thing. This is poor AI, of course, but it's taking way longer than expected. I guess to be fair, it's much more. It's including the other maps now like it's supposed to. But no, I'm definitely of the opinion that it's more about having a unique style to your game. Something that marks it as your own. It doesn't have to be pretty. So I saw Risk of Rain and that game looked like vomit. But apparently it did well because at least you could tell Risk of Rain from another game, right? So I think unique is more important than, or unique look is more important than graphical fidelity for certain. Don't get me wrong, if you can have unique look and graphical fidelity, I mean, well, then you're just AAA and whatever. Well, some AAA games. I guess to be fair, we can make fun of things like Concord because it does actually have a unique look. It just has a bad unique look. Like, I could recognize it if I saw it. For all the people trash that game for, it does have a unique look. It's true. Yeah. Yes, it does. A lot of AAA slop has unique looks to it. It's just bad looks. To think of all those millions of dollars wasted on that garbage. Imagine if you gave, you know, an indie that kind of money. Jesus. No. Thanks for the lurk, big man. Don't mind me. I'm just chatting into the void while waiting for this to package. I could be doing some game planning, I guess. But eh. Appreciate the lurk. Hopefully my test works this time. I like when the problem is just something that is so overwhelmingly stupid on my part. Pretty much, big man, yeah. It's just... That's the thing you learn to do as a streamer, even if no one's watching, you just chat the whole time. Or try to, because then if someone shows up, then they have someone to listen to. Like, otherwise, if you're just dead silent, it doesn't really keep people around. Yeah, waiting for the compile. I just want to see how data layers interact with the packaged project. I'm probably moving ahead with them is the main thing I do, but there's definitely some issues that need to be resolved big time. And it is kind of rough to do so far. Mostly because there's not a lot of options with them, so when something doesn't work right, it's like, what does one do? Okay, I didn't expect it to take this long. I think it's because last night I set up the compile thingy. I did a package thingy, but I just forgot to include the main maps in the game. So I thought it'd be super quick. Now it's like, well, it's getting pretty close to already done, so I guess I just waited out, but man. Would have been one of those get up and walk around moments for how long this takes. I suspect there's so many things I could do to optimize this game that are beyond my knowledge of optimization at the moment. And other ones that aren't beyond my knowledge, it just takes so long that I didn't do them. Like I could probably merge like all of like Poppet's extra stuff into like one, you know, just one map or something like that, and have it. I could also remove the sections of her that aren't visible anyway. I didn't do that. I should have, but I haven't. This takes a lot of time. But at some point I probably need to do all that because I don't think all the stuff underneath their clothing should probably even be in the game. But the models had that to start with, so more effort to remove them than not. But it's not like I'm gonna allow for an outfit switch and pop. And even if I did, I would just switch out whole sections, right? Since I've discovered that's how outfit switching really works. You're not putting an outfit over a body, you're just removing that section of the body entirely. Makes sense, really. I always wondered how I'd get clothing to not clip through all the, you know, portions of a female's body, because they're very rounded. It's very difficult to dodge all that crap. But not like I have the money to have outfits for every tarot card or something. I don't have that kind of extra funding, and getting together outfits is either incredibly time consuming or expensive. Take your pick. I'm not incredibly expensive, but it's not like I have a budget, so. My strategy for other outfits would be to simply have a whole other model. Not ideal, but to be fair though, half the outfits for Poppet would be dresses anyway. Actually, all of them probably. So it would be what, like a set of legs and some arms and a head, and just the entire central section would just be replaced every time. Guess so. It's not like with guys, which just replacing shirts and pants, half of which could just be straight up recolors. Dress is usually one piece. Yeah, maybe we'll try that. Maybe I'll later on in the thing I'll have an outfit swap set up. We'll see. I mean, I do have some outfits available to me, though I kind of want to use them on the enemies and stuff because I don't have that many outfits. Certainly probably not enough for 22 different outfits for Poppet. That would be a lot. To be honest, I'm not sure I have 22 outfits available to me at the moment. But to be fair, a lot of the enemies in the game aren't going to be, you know, super unique, attractive female characters or anything like that. So I don't need to worry that much about it. A lot of the bosses. Beyond that, that means I probably need was it like 8 female characters? That includes Poppet and Tinka as characters, and Charlotte, and then 5 boss female characters. Or at least ones that would have a unique doll. Well, 4 male characters that I can think of offhand, unless I add more. Potentially 5 or 6. I guess it's more than I thought. Depends how many NPCs I make for the game, really. What I do with that. I gotta make a decision for it because the painting world is basically worthless at this point, except for as a way to run between maps. But it's kind of feels empty, like it needed more. Saving all the toys and putting them there was the thing. I might need to do a little game restructure to fit the story though, because there's restructuring the game to make the game a little better. But at some points, I have to rewrite a bunch of story because of how I changed some stuff. And I'm like, I don't know about this strategy here, buddy. I don't mind rewriting little things, but the big events I kind of don't want to rewrite, so kind of done that enough already. 784 packages. Sorry, yeah, remain to be cooked. Because apparently they weren't cooked before, even though I told it to cook all the packages. Yeah, I'm not going to do another package attempt during the stream. I'm going to just work on things, because watching this is just one colossal waste of time. I could plan things out. I guess what am I planning right now? That's a good question. I gotta make some decisions on exactly where I'm gonna go with how RPG this game is. I mean, there's the pure collectathon thing there. It makes it hard to power scale anything. There's kind of a limit on how far I can power scale. But I guess to be fair, a lot of stuff's just bigger numbers. And in reality, it actually translates to only X number of hits to win the fight, where X is probably not a very big amount. I mean, let's be real here. In every RPG, there aren't many battles where you have to make more than 50 attacks to win. You can probably just assume that no battle will probably take that besides some sort of ridiculous mega boss. Honestly, yeah, that's true. I guess you could, for the old JRPGs, you could differentiate it by turns. How many turns your team takes to win the game, or win the battle. I would say the average random encounter was like 3 to 5 at most. Sometimes 1 if you're really overpowered. When was the last time you spent 50 turns against a boss? Probably not going to be 30, to be honest. That's a JRPG thing, that's a different setup here. It takes a lot of hits to beat Vu, though. I hesitate to use the leveling cop-out. One problem I run into is too many collectibles. After realizing each chapter will probably have maybe 22 rooms in it. Giving me like, you know, 88 rooms to work with. Would be nice and say 90. But there's 66 tarot cards, so I mean, you know, over 2/3 of all the rooms already have one major collectible in them, potentially. Some are bigger than others, so they might have 2 in rooms and other ones have none, but it doesn't math out very well. Then you have like the 36 crystal balls, so we already have more collectibles and rooms in the game. Some amount of the audio logs, probably close to 36 as well. Quite a few already here, huh? Then you have all the stat upgrades. You have the keys to collect too. And there's probably going to be like, I don't know, 80 to 90 keys in the game. It does make sense for being so many because they unlock all the doors, so sure. And then if I let you collect NPCs to rescue, there's going to be a lot of collectibles in this game. Whereas if I let you just grind for levels, then it just comes down to finding the tarot cards for your abilities. And you just get stats by fighting and things like that. But then it makes it really hard to balance the light and dark mechanic, basically. Though I could also make it where you have way less sanity to start with that point, and you have to grind some levels or something in order to actually bypass that. If you can't get very far into the darkness, that's also a thing. I better figure that out quickly because it'll affect level design. But eventually then you'll be able to override the mechanic entirely. It'll be irrelevant. Sanity is such a horrible stat to let the person gain. As soon as they gain that, it causes me problems. I'm still waiting for this to click yes. I guess if I'm not clicked on it, it's slower. Is that true? Kind of been on 782 for a moment here, haven't you, buddy? I mean, it's so close, that's why we let it keep going, but what a waste of time, huh? It's okay. You do you, boo. So like, I have a problem with the collectathon idea. The only issue I have is how am I going to power scale bosses and later enemies? And then the tarot cards, like, if I make it like where the early tarot cards are just worthless later on, then they're probably never going to switch them around. That's kind of lame. I don't want you to be able to switch around and mess with all the tarot cards. But without some way to keep them relevant. I could just have a collectible attack stat too, as you find them. If you collect enough of that, then the tarot cards have become stronger. But then the question now becomes, like, do I make them collectible, like, where you have to get a bunch of them to keep even the new weapons relevant, or do I just make the new weapons stronger, or I should say the new tarot cards as a base? But then if that's the case, then you already have a bunch of attack, then again you just render all the old ones worthless. All of them have unique abilities, so I don't really want them to be worthless. But I don't know if I can keep them all relevant. Like, they don't have to be as good. Some are going to be obviously better than others, but how am I keeping them relevant later so you actually go back and use something like the Fool ever again? Because Steedy won't use it ever again if it's just trash. Of course, then there's the flip side of that coin, right? It's like, okay, well, how is this new tarot card interesting if this other one is just as powerful? Like, you want people to be excited to find new stuff, and if it's not an upgrade. But I mean, to be fair, most of these abilities are unique. So the traversals will always be useful. That is a good question. I gotta decide just how relevant I want things to stay over the course of the game. Yeah, it's moving along, 7:35, not bad. Maybe that's why people cop out and do levels all the time, because it's just easier. And then you just go with the late game tarot cards, which is better. I mean, to be fair, I guess they just have to be better, because the enemies are way stronger. I could have a system where you could level up each individual tarot and choose which ones you want to be good. I mean, if I went pure collectathon, being able to level up a tarot card would be probably the most ideal, really. So let's say that's what we're doing. What do I use as my thing to decide whether or not you could level it up? Currently, like, you know, there's just currency in the game. Like, there's just coins everywhere. I could let you buy it. I could make them a findable upgrade, too. That'd make them really desirable. And force people to do a lot of exploration, because, you know, obviously that would be pretty important, you know? Just make all the tarot cards inherently weak-ish. Maybe I do that. Have a upgrade system for them. Just say each one has 10 levels. And just upgrade their numbers. That's a lot of levels, though. You would never max out all of them. But to be fair, do I care if you max out all of them? I don't think so. Or maybe I do that. That involves the least amount of changing of stuff. The game's not built for you to be able to just get unlimited amounts of sanity. And I can just increase the power of stat upgrades later on, so the farther in the game, the better the stat upgrade. I do hate grinding for levels in games. I'd much rather you be able to find all the stuff you need. You don't have to get everything, but you know. Leveling just seems a little overkill. Yeah, maybe I do that. I thought about adding an attack stat, but that is so boring because it's just a universal upgrade. And I hate that. And the other option now is to go, okay, well, there's how many upgrades are we talking? Am I gonna let you max them all out? Is that a thing? If I'm gonna let you max them out, then I gotta hide that many upgrades in the game. Now, do I want to do that? It's a lot. Like, remember there's 22 of the major arcana, so if there was only 5 levels, then that would still be 110 upgrades hidden in the game. They could also just not all be maxable. There could be a cost, like a coin cost to reset or something. So you could try out different builds, if you will. It could also be a dual currency. I had that set up at one point, like I had crystals or something as the other thing like that, which just was a arbitrary thing because I could easily make them as an option to get, and they were able to be upgrade the power of tarot cards. I'll have to make an upgrade tree that looks, you know, sensible at that point. That'll be also hard to balance, but eh. That's definitely a problem. Is there's just so many tarot, the major arcana. Like, if there had been like 16 or something, my life would be like so much easier. 22 is a lot of tarot cards to work with. And like I say, with 3 abilities for each, like 3 unique abilities. That's taking way longer than expected. I thought it would just be done by now instead of just wasting a huge amount of time on this. Yeah, I'm not doing it again. I guess the sad part is the next time it'll be really quick. I'm gonna take a bio break here real quick. Because I make a lot of things before the stream, and it's not like anything's particularly going on. Ban myself another bot for the day. Yeah. That's an important decision to make. I've been puzzling over the progression for a long time. Leveling just sounds really boring. Then each weapon would basically just do some multiplier of your stats. And you would just want to fight to level, which to be fair, fighting to level does in fact give you a reason to stand your ground and fight places, which I don't have a lot of reason to right now. It's mostly run by. It's the Metroid thing, you just run by. I just don't really see myself wanting to set up an entire level system. Because I already have a way to set up leveling up the tarot cards. I already made that. I don't have the menuing system to make it look all cool, that's true. My bot didn't even bother to follow me. Yeah. Block any account that isn't at least a day old. Jesus Christ, my banned users on Kick is insane. Yeah, moderation not on. And the AI moderation for Kick is trash. Because it's supposed to prevent links and things like that and spam and gibberish thingies, and it does exactly 0 of that. Well done. 10 out of 10. Anyway, you ban that loser. Didn't even follow me. What a jerk. And they use the exact same profile picture too. Can I ban a profile picture? They don't even speak in English. I'm not going to help out India's economy. Sorry, now. Maybe Twitch, you know, Kick and YouTube, all the viewership is actually just India's economy in general. There's literally all bots being paid for by them. Phone farms. I really think there's only like 10 to 20% real traffic on social media sites. I really do. I don't think it's anywhere close to what people think it is. After all, they can sell more ads if they have more viewership. So if they have more viewership, there's no reason for them to hate on bots at all. They're the ones who say, we have this many viewers, and everyone just believes. But do they? Or is it how many viewers can they fake believably based on their real traffic? I would believe they only have 10 to 20%. That would make sense. After all, I mean, did millions of people watch Mr. Beast's video, or did YouTube just tick a number up and say, yeah? Oh, sorry, an extra 10 million people watched this video. We said so. How are you going to prove them wrong? You really can't, can you? And they don't have to do it on like everyone's account, just on, you know, the handful of important accounts. Pump those numbers. Maybe every time someone views it, it counts as 2. And then they get paid more money. Because they say they ran an extra ad. For whatever company. Huh. It's a pretty good business to be in. Printing money, really. I'm gonna take a quick biopic then while this is finishing it up, and then I'm not packaging anymore on stream. Screw this. It takes forever. Okay. Alright. Okay, maybe I'm just gonna stop this and just come back to it later. This is... It's at 399 and it's taken like how long? Forever. And yeah. I'm just curious about that, but I want to work on something. I don't want to stare at it. I'm just gonna cancel it. I have better things to do than watch that. I'm good. That's just a long time to waste when I could be working on the game. Because after all, you know, the reason I stream is so that I have a reason to work on stuff, you know, like, I mean, like, well, not reason, but I mean, it forces me to work on stuff, but just staring at it, well, it does something that I could have done, told it to do while I went outside and walked around or something, seems like a stupid plan to me. That's what I'm hearing. Stupid plan. Poor use of time. I'm pretty certain that the save bug was just the loading bug was simply I just didn't include the maps and it was loading it perfectly fine. It's just, it's like, wait, there's no, well, I'll try to load this map, but there's nothing here. Okay, cool. I don't mind closing that way, I could just close them all at once. Meanwhile, there's all kinds of optimizations and level design work that I could work on at any given time that, yeah, and enemies that I can build, and their abilities I can build. I probably will end up just doing some sort of collectible that you can level up the tarot cards. It makes the most sense. Just blanket level ups don't seem very interesting. My biggest problem is the light dark mechanic will get eclipsed eventually. At some point it'll just be worthless. It's like, that's so cool, except for now it doesn't do anything neat. What is this? Oh, the Underworld's room info is huge. Interesting. Oh no, it's not. It's the extra ones I put out there that cover all the different bases. Whatever. At some point I'm gonna have to put water that makes things float near too. This water sucks. The water's not even loaded in. Great. It needs to be loaded in though. Because otherwise it doesn't quite work the way you want it to. It's got some problems. For checking what height it's at. True. I gotta put that cartoon water stuff back in, but then the issue with that is now I gotta set up how to make things float, which I don't have a good water system for that. Otherwise, it's the only one I've got that's even remotely passable, and it's not exactly been updated in a while, so it's got some real bugs. To be fair, I don't need rivers, I just need little lakes and everything like that, which was something that wasn't that bugged in it, so I could probably get away with that. Not wrong. What if I even installed it? Doesn't really matter, let's do it now. Yes, I just have to work with the last version. Nice. Oh, it's already got it. Let's fire. I'm blind. You'd be using all the lake stuff would be what you'd have to use. Prep shaders. Remember the problem with this was it was so bright. You know, prep them shaders, buddy. So it was like too bright. It looked really good though, was the thing. Like if you looked at the but part of the problem is it doesn't have the sides. So for underwater it didn't look that good, but I mean look how nice that looks. Just except for that it's bright. That's kind of that problem. This would also have to move down, so it'd have to have the puzzle stuff on it. And then it also has to kill the player too, so it's got to have all that code added in too. It does look nice though. Oh. Yeah. I gotta change that on the game mode. My test option is set off because I was trying to do a packaged game. I was just testing. A long time ago I set this up. Well, a long time ago, like maybe like a month ago I set it up, so now I could make it where I just ignored the initial actor transform. It did let me put it wherever the camera was. And let me tell you, that saved a lot, because I had 2 game modes simply because of this problem. And I found a logical solution. And that looks so much nicer. Except for it's so bright. I could just be like, well, the water's lit up. Shouldn't there be an underwater post process? Like, what am I missing here? It's not even splashing over and over. It's weird. Have a lit up pool. It's supposed to be a post process and it slows you down. Okay, that's weird. Do you have like 2? That's such weird behavior. Um, Let's see if this is interfering. I'll just jump in the water and see. Might be. Yeah, I have to have the Emperor enabled. It's not actually enabling the swimming, it's... It says you should put the other water on top of it and then just lower it with as necessary. Save myself a lot of time and effort. Here it worked. So why don't you work there? Is it because it's just too shallow? Is that a thing? No. So why is that one not working? They're like literally two? Like there's one spawn in when you... I have questions. There are two of you? No. There's most certainly only one. That makes so little sense. Like, what's different on you? That's, I mean, it's element water. Yeah, I do have to enable that. Like it does it twice somehow. Like it's like a double hit. And then it's gone? The hell? It's gone now? Is that what the problem is? It's somehow moving? Is the location? Oh, I think the location's wrong. That's what's doing. It's moving into a different location. I was like, wait a minute. That makes sense because it's got flipped. Yeah, this got flipped around. Yeah. Play around with this a sec to fix that problem. My to-do list up so you know where to keep notes going on here. Just a number. Okay, well you see when I told you to copy and then paste, I actually intended for you to do exactly what I described. Just gonna get all these numbers. Pretty quiet chat lately. This should fix the problem, I would assume. I'm assuming I'd hit it and then it would move to wherever it was going to go, and then that just treated me like I was not underwater anymore. That's why I didn't do the post-process. Okay, well, you do actually have to enable the Emperor. No, the water is now gone. That's a puzzle. Yeah, it's just gone. Printing should always be available if it can be, instantly converted like that. Hey Ghost, how's it going? Streaming so I could lurk you back. No? I'm trying to figure out why my water keeps vanishing. Only this one. So I can put other water over the top of it that has a built-in float setup, so I can make duckies float. The important things in game dev. I want to copy the location, I don't care about that. I just want the name of it. I don't know why I forgot to add this. Stupid. It's not gonna loop for that. No, do it this way. Enable the Emperor. Yeah, massively changed its location. What I figured was happening. How is it getting that location though? Because I mean, it went from being, you know, negative 23,000 to negative 49,000. Seems like originally where it was at. Also, this number changed too. I thought I changed every number on there that could relevantly change that for the puzzle targets. And yet, there appears to be a way to causing it to maneuver somewhere else. But you'd think it'd be an instance editable thing. This gets gameplay tags. I'll put stuff like that. That's visibility, that wouldn't affect anything. It just spawns a splash. I don't get why only this one does it, because the other ones don't have this effect. So you would think it would be an instance editable thing. And what are the things it's looking for? Garden Pool Control has those. Just double check that. Will it do it if it just do nothing? Makes no sense. I don't see any indication of that. I need to change the name of it because I think I might be kind of confused on the different names. I thought I enabled Amper, I guess not. It destroyed itself. Huh. How did you destroy yourself? How was that even an option? Well, why does it work everywhere but here? I mean, it should be identical to the other one, except for that I have different transforms and different puzzles that it's supposed to look for. Like, that's it. Like, it's just some... Yeah, whatever. Now it's there again. And why is the post processing to work the opposite direction now? And where did... What happened? It's like it came back for a second there and then... It's gone again. Yeah, this one works perfectly fine. Same code. Well, when exactly one of them has some issue, let's just copy these onto something else and make a duplicate and then just ditch the garbage. Like a pro. This one's already set up for a puzzle, so let's just dupe and run. Hate to dupe and run, but I'm doing it. Ooh. There has to be some other interaction going on here that doesn't make sense. Well, that interaction made sense perfectly. That didn't do what I wanted at all. You could just say the pools are lit up too. Hey Deus Exercises, how's it going? Streaming at an odd time today. Well, at least I started really late. Fighting Windows? Isn't that what it's for? I mean, who doesn't fight Windows, right? If at any point you're not fighting it, they're working on an update so you have a reason to fight it. Duh. It feels like that sometimes. So... yeah. I'm not surprised. Crash did so many commands, update, reinstall, and all that. Yeah. That's because they don't want you to enroll in those. That's why. Well, if the system never truly works, hear me out. Where am I going? Try to recover someone's password thing for, or reset their password for Windows 11, and it just was cyclical forever and was impossible to do. And it's like going, neat. I will never in my life upgrade to Windows 11 after what I saw that day. Never. There is no world. I don't care if there's just none. IP scrap? Yep. I gotta use Windows 10 until this game is released, and then probably just switch to like Linux Mint or something. I might not like Linux very much, but Windows 11 was somehow worse, which is impressive because Linux is pretty trash. But if you don't believe me, people still use Windows. That should say everything about how trash Linux is. SteamOS is not a desktop OS. It's not built for it. Like, it's fine for, you know, the handheld stuff. It's built for that, but... maybe. I mean, Linux Mint, like, it basically is Ubuntu under the hood, but it looks like Windows, so it operates a lot like Windows, you know, and that makes a big difference. Valve does have a lot of cash, so they could make it happen, but will they? I mean, they've been trying. Credit where credit is due. They've definitely been trying. But yeah, it might be a minute. Man, I can't just directly paste the location, huh? Or do a whole transform? I gotta individually do it. That's awful. Thanks, I hate it. Now just got a new way to circumvent payment process. It's a huge win. Yeah, it is. Anything that circumvents them trying to control what we can do is pretty necessary, I think, in life. If I want this out, I guess so. This might be too heavy, but... oops. About this height, I think. Oh, a great idea to fight game patents? What sort of idea? What are we talking here? Videos database. I think for game mechanics. Bad albums for anyone that wants to use. Interesting. I mean, I don't know if that stops people from trying to patent things, but maybe. Sure. Check it out. Probably after stream or something, but you know. Mm-hmm. It would be nice if companies couldn't do that. Not gonna lie, I've become more anti-corporation as the years go by. I didn't used to be, but since they keep doing evil shit, it's kind of becoming more and more like, you know, maybe. Just hear me out. There might need to be a few more restrictors on these people. Because, yeah. About that. You can drop in chat if you want. I put the... made it where links are enabled now. Add that to my collection of things to watch later. Because that would be pretty interesting, for certain. If it actually does anything. Not sure if it will, but, you know. It might. Calculating the difference in these numbers here so I can adjust the other one accordingly. There needs to be a better way to do this. Just be a game dev commentary channel where I just commentary on all these things. It'd be so much easier to do content. We literally just sit there and react to people's stuff. Continue with the in-shitification of the internet. I still think React should just be straight up banned, but they're not. Certainly Reacts of React. Jesus Christ. It's just like, really? 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 Basically, once we had database of all the game mechanics, see how they were used and all the stuff. So when guys like Nintendo try to go and patent it, gas Nintendo into database before you try to patent it. Oh, that's fair. I mean, hopefully it does something. Now, to be fair, the question is, how can the patent office let them patent it in the first place? Like, did they not look either? Does nobody look? Important questions here. Might work. I mean, maybe. Definitely better than nothing. Oh, that was the duplicate that I had a problem with. I had the same number, not the same coordinates. I got a +1. 84. Yeah, I mean, could make legality a little easier if they keep track of all that. Sure, someone out there will. Maybe they should make it where you just can't patent, you know, game mechanics. Ah, yes. But we can't really do that because that's not something we control. That's something the courts would have to deal with. People can actually keep track of the other stuff though, so it's a good thing. Then we can go look at all the things we're not allowed to use in games because Nintendo. Just remember, if you buy any Nintendo's products, you can't complain about Nintendo patenting everything because, you know, you're saying it's okay because you keep giving them money. That's why I do. Vote with my wallet. The most powerful thing you have against any corporation. Stop giving them your money. They don't care. You can bitch all and moan all you want. You keep giving them money, nothing you say matters. It's like wow, 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 wow. They don't care. Their sales collapse at a heap. They'll be right back at the negotiating table. Back. What could we do to make it better? Blah blah blah. Stop being assholes. But Nintendo's on such a high horse at this point because their fans are rabid and just drooling like imbeciles. But they're like, okay, cool, but you know, my company is evil, but it doesn't matter because Herp Derp Mario, or Zelda or something. Great, thanks guys. Okay, you see now, I understand why a streamer buys it. A streamer's not really beholden to that. They're beholden to whatever they're required to do for their job. Like, so I get why they buy it. But they could also sit there and shit all over it too to their audience to reduce the number of people buying it too. So at least there'd be some value to that. But if you're not doing that with it, then it's pretty bad news. Like, I wouldn't do that. I mean, after all, if my channel was literally just, hey, I make money off Pokemon games, I too would buy Pokemon games. I wouldn't then turn around and complain about what Nintendo was doing as I was making money off what they were doing, but stupid. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Oh. Yeah, okay, well. That's pretty bad. 3 viewers, you know? And at least I put my money where my mouth is when it comes to engines, and I just use Unreal Engine and nothing else. Might have no viewers, but I have a few. I have some. I won't say none, but granted, if Epic became a really terrible company, I wouldn't stop using Unreal Engine. That's true. But I also wouldn't, you know, call them out of being a terrible company, though. I would just be like, yeah, whatever. I need this engine, I don't care. That's true. And, wait. No, it just is. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, you know? It's just a giant, basically a giant democratic thing, really. That's what capitalism is. You're just literally voting with your wallet. It's the most important vote you can make. Vote accordingly. If you don't vote accordingly, well, you know, can't really say much. But if you do, if enough people feel the same way, that company will hurt. I don't think the company's going out of business, but they'll bend the knee. And if not, well, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of crap companies I still do business with, like, you know, YouTube and Twitch and Amazon and Google. A bunch of garbage companies, Microsoft, because Windows. I wouldn't give Microsoft money willingly, but huh. Can't get away from using Windows yet. This doesn't work, huh? Yeah, monopolies are a problem. But at the same time, well, they just should break up the monopolies, to be honest. We'll see if they ever do. Probably won't. Because all these corporations, like, pretty much control the governments. It's not that expensive to buy a politician. Most needs a tag on it, doesn't it? Unfinished companies that push government to reduce digitalities. Yeah. There's a lot of countries doing that right now. Thankfully, the US is not doing it, but Europe's pretty well fallen. Australia fell a long time ago. We gave up on them. There might be some places that are holdouts in Europe, though. There might still be hope for some of them. Yeah. Michigan's pretty dumb. Texas has some weird things going on. For the most part, they don't really seem to be that bad. Michigan's just a dumpster fire. I remember Texas went after places like Pornhub demanding an age verification. Texas is very anti-porn. I remember hearing that. Beyond that, I haven't heard much about Texas being particularly ban-happy on things. Not that I think banning porn is necessarily a bad thing, but I'm about banning it, but they probably should restrict it a little. Mostly people should learn to parent their kids, though, I think is the actual thing, and keep their kids away from that crap. That's really what should happen. Yeah. I'm definitely sick and tired of having to have the government be a parent, because single mothers can't, you know, be useful. Yep. But fortunately, all those single mothers vote, and they vote for whatever lets them be lazy, have no responsibility. Which is unfortunate because, well, then they try to police all these other things, and once you get the government in something, you're never getting the government out of it, that's for certain. Oh. Hear me out. It would probably help if I included the event that was necessary to, I don't know, run this in the first place. Why doesn't it work? I don't know. Maybe if you include the actual thing to make it work in the first place. That's probably smart. I should do this. Derp. The Gasm said, this is like cutting your arm off to lose weight. Sure, you lose weight, but at what cost? Yeah, it's true. I mean, hey man, I'm in California. Speaking of people cutting things off to lose weight, right? I am at ground zero for retardation, okay? Like, I just go, right. They're trying to redistrict California right now, and the little voter thing actually has a little hole revealing if you voted no on it. So you can actually just look at it and go, okay, so they can throw out all the ones that say no. Thus guaranteeing they can redistrict it. Like, the amount of cheating here is insane. They sent me 2 additional things to register to vote, just in case I wasn't registered enough the first time. Just this year alone. In case I want to vote 3 times. Sadly, voting no 3 times on it will just get all of them thrown out because of the little hole revealing that I voted no. Her story was woman cut her hand off for insurance money. I mean, there are some people that are that worthless. I think that's I don't think I'd want to lose a hand. If I had to pick, I think I'd pick like a foot or something. I'd rather wheel around and be able to use my hands. But it seems like it'd be a lot easier to, like, you know, have a fake foot and walk around. I see people do that. A fake hand seems like it's pretty hard to manipulate crap. That being said, I think both are stupid, but I think it's more stupid to cut your hand off. The semantics of which body part is smarter to cut off. This is the stupidity we have arrived at. Yeah. I just vote against every single possible group I can when I vote now. And I vote anti-Democrat now because I hate Newsom. That's it. Hate Newsom. The dick. What a horrible governor. So I just vote against him. And anything Newsom wants, I'm against it. I don't even care what it is anymore. I just auto against Newsom. Yeah. So true. So true. Against Newsom and giving handouts to illegals and shit like that. F all that. Especially after my time with the medical industry, where I had to sit there and wait in line for extra months so the illegals could get their insurance. I get all sorts of them things. And they're like, it's literally got signs everywhere saying you don't even have to be a citizen. Every place I went to, every clinic, it's like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's not even a secret here. I'm just like, really? Really? Oh yeah, UK fell a long time ago. Nobody likes them anymore. They're the worst Islamic state. Why aren't you finding this? Well, first of all, that should be changed. That's true. They should get all actors with tag. Yep, I've seen all that. And they keep voting for it. All the Karens there have voted for being kind to illegals and all that weird, dumb nonsense stuff. Yeah. And that's when I think to myself going, you know, the US might have its problems, but... the UK is done for. Well, yeah, I mean, they can introduce it. People can just not use it, though. That's a thing, too. It's like Real ID here. You could opt to get one. They can't make you use it. They can try. How much government control are you willing to accept? I agree with the people when they said that COVID was kind of like a test to see what people were willing to accept. I mean, essentially COVID was just War of the Worlds on a grander scale to show how stupid people were. And a lot of people bought it hook, line, and sinker. I did not. I did not get vaxxed. I didn't do any of that dumb shit. So as you might imagine, I am also not going to comply with digital ID and the like either. I'm old and ornery enough. Right. Of course, if California gets bad enough, I can just move to a different state. If the UK gets bad, well, I don't know how many people are left in the UK that are actually English. Probably not that many, right? Oh wait, the UK is not just England. Is that all three of them? It's like, I think Great Britain is like England and Ireland, was it? And like Great Britain also includes Scotland. No, sorry, the UK includes Scotland. Is that how it works? Oh, okay. I forget about Wales. Who doesn't? I imagine the Welsh, but everybody else, it's like, oh yeah, that's part of them too. Been to Wales? Nice. That's fair. Probably easy to remember it then. I've never been to Wales. Never been to any of them, but there's never any stories about Wales. There's always stories about Irish and Scottish and English, but there's never any stories about Wales. The Welsh? I can't name one. Not a single one. Ireland's where all the hot redheads are, I'm just saying. Shmee. Of course, they don't have the festival anymore, the Redhead Festival. That's the saddest thing. It was a festival that gathered up redheads. Lots of hot redhead girls. Yep. Best festival ever. But I don't plan on going there anyway. Cool mountains over there in Wales. Fair. I'm in California. We have cool mountains already. We already have all the landscape stuff we want. You guys are lucky we have those mountains too, because it'll keep everyone in California in so nobody escapes when they decide to like wipe us out or something. Have the whole Sierra Nevada mountain range to keep us here. Nevada will be like, finally, justice. What do I set the actress's puzzle tag? Alright, Galaxy sector here, okay. Nice spelling, buddy. Yes. I don't know. I should just become a political commentary person because apparently that's like the internet in a nutshell. Like, nobody knows what's going on when you're doing game dev. There's some visual aspect, that's kind of cool, but everyone, their grandmother and their second cousin can tell me everything about politics all over the freaking globe. Seems like the demand for games is not as high as the demand for gossiping about politics. Ooh. There was only one. Yep. It's unfortunate, but it's true. It's pretty much all people talk about now, and it's like, cool, but I just wanted to make games. But I also recognize that maybe there's a supply and demand issue, and the demand is pretty much limitless for that, apparently, and the supply is apparently still not enough. That's what I've learned. So true. Some guy posts some, random message about politics on like X, gets 100,000 views, makes like $10K for doing that. Why make a game? Make a game requires way more work. The return not so good. Huh. It's true. I remember there was a YouTuber, Jeremy, recording guy, right? And he used to be a Magic person, like Magic the Gathering. That's what we talked about, just Magic the Gathering. Dude didn't even have 100,000 subs. And then he was instrumental in helping bust the pedophiles in the Magic the Gathering judge community, okay? So, like, but then he went and branched out to politics instead and doesn't really talk Magic anymore. Now he has, like, over 1 million subs. It's the demand. He just followed the demand. I mean, yeah, he saw that the whole pedophile thing, him busting that, was like his most viewed crap, and he just went with it. All the videos, he used AI to make a game, see fuck all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And the game is trash, but it doesn't matter because that's some bite-sized content that people can just make use of immediately. Whereas what I'm doing here, it's difficult to explain what's going on to people. They have no idea. Like, I mean, they can see the end result, and that's cool, but so much of game design is just literally going through and making these ridiculously complicated systems that by their nature get so complicated that people can't watch, they can't understand. Making it kind of trashy viewing content for a lot of things. Like, it's when I'm designing a level, that's different. People can only see something, but all the coding, I see it in, like, in most of the streams, they're just full of lurkers who are just, there to support, but they don't care about the content. It's like, definitely doing it wrong. Definitely doing it wrong. Why did my dream have to be to make a game? I could have just dreamed about gossiping about politics. I could have made so much money. So much more money. So much less work. But I mean, the return on investment so much better. Like, like people right now are looking to Like a lot of game devs are looking to make games for streamers, and you know, that's cool. And the streamer has to do basically no real work whatsoever, just play a game, but the streamer often gets way more money than the game dev ever did. So, still doing it wrong. So I get into use default unit. Yeah, friend swap. Well, that's the thing is, like, you know, there's so many of those out there, and like to release a good game, it takes years. To release some slop, you can get that done in like a month and just cram it up on there, and I guess enough people buy that garbage that the number of crafting games I've seen that are just generic, you know, free assets that are the same, you know, look, they're in the woods and they're just gonna, you know, build themselves a little crappy workbench and work their way from there is insane. But people still play them, I guess. I don't know. I was just saying yesterday where in order for this game to even be successful, I would need like 10,000 wish lists. And when I mapped it all out, assuming half of those wish lists were people who purchased it, I was going to make like $23,333 a year, assuming the game was made in 3 years. Before taxes. They're like, 10,000 wish lists is too much. It was like an insane number. I was like, it's not even like enough to make a good wage. What are we talking about here? This is terrible. But that's what happens when you go against supply and demand, right? I should know better. Why is it not finding this? That is weird. Oh, I'm not even on that. It's the cartoon one. I think at this point, really, in the internet, drama is what sells, and excellence doesn't really sell. Excellence takes a long time to do well, and it's hard to do. Like, it's hard to make work. Hey, Lepus. How'd you up late? Usually I try like a sleep hours ago. Kids didn't want to sleep. Fair, they often don't. It's a kid thing. They hate sleep. What am I missing here? Start puzzle. The activation button's not finding it. Oh. Needs the room information. We were just discussing how game dev was a bad decision and I should be just a political commentator. Just sit here and talk politics the whole time as I work on a game. Or better, just play games instead. Well, talking politics. I don't know, exposing that on spawn doesn't really matter, but sure, whatever. Because everyone and their grandmother wants to hear about politics, and you can make so much more interaction from it, whereas games kind of don't, you know? Like, I struggle to get people to look at my stuff pretty much at all. But if I talked politics, I wouldn't be struggling at all to get people interested, for good or ill. Even on X, you try to get people to look at your game, and you'll be struggling to get a few hundred people, even no matter how many things you reply to. But there we go. If you say some hot political take, I doubt you'll have a hard time getting 300 people to look at your hot political take. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't think anyone believes you if you do say that. Is the ad break running? Really? Ugh. Oops. So wait for the kids to sleep? That's fair. Maybe I should try that on X. Just sit there and do political takes on X and see what happens. Yeah, you do political takes and then you just have your game as the that's weird. As your pinned post, so every time people look at you know, check you out, follow you, they see your pinned game. Huh. Because those aren't in the underwear. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, it doesn't work that good because the fact that you're not selling what people want. That's what I was talking about. Like, you're selling what people don't want, which is, you know, your game. What they want is politics and drama. So if you don't give them that, well, that's not gonna work out very well for you, is it, buddy? No. Kind of what I'm seeing. Some guy posts their hot take, it's, you know, 1 million views on their stupid hot take. It's like some guy got like $11,000 for posting a picture of saying this one famous person's daughter's hot because, you know, there's some political person. I was like, wow, $11,000 for saying this chick's hot. Huh. Seems dumb. That actually, you know, works so hard. The return on investment is terrible. Presumably when the game comes out, the return on investment will be probably nowhere near that good, but not terrible, question mark? I have one for the Underworld? Really? I wish there was a search option so bad for this. Why did it not load the Underworld then? No, it's just Democrats, Republicans doing dumb shit. Mostly Democrats doing dumb shit. I'm also in California, so I mean, the amount of Democrats doing dumb shit is pretty much through the roof because that's, I mean, we're like a Democrat stronghold, even though I actually don't think that they are voted into office. I think they just outright cheat at this point. I suspect I'm not the only one who thinks that. But, I mean, literally there was a thing where they're doing redistricting so that they can decide, basically so they can make it so that all the votes for, like, you know, the Democrat Party count and the Republican ones don't, the other party, like that. They want to make it so they just count the people like that. So just based on who would normally votes that. And they have a thing, like, you know, a voting thing like that. And the actual thing where if you mark no on that, there's a hole in the envelope that reveals that you marked no on it, so they can just throw it out. It's pretty messed up, if you know what I'm saying. Pretty messed up indeed. Why did it not load? I don't even see a reason it wouldn't load. Unless all that's just in the secret garden. So, I mean, we talk about those. All the dumb crap here. Basically, the Democrat Party just has Trump derangement syndrome, where literally the last, oh gosh, we're at like 9 years of them talking about Trump. Even when Trump wasn't in office, that's all they talked about. And it's just like, we have a different president. Now we're going to talk about like Trump. And we're like going, well, nobody cares anymore, so keep talking. How come nobody watched our shows? Well, maybe because you never stopped talking about this guy. Even when he wasn't relevant, you kept talking about him. I just kind of stopped listening. It's like, hey, cool, great, good job, buddy. You're still talking about him. Great. Now that he's back in office, they're just melting down, which is hilarious to watch. They didn't realize that if you sit there and talk about a guy when he's not in office, that is like free publicity, buddy. You done made a bad decision there if you were trying to keep him out of office. Stupid. I guess they've never heard of the Streisand effect, huh? I guess not. Yay! Normally wouldn't even be in here under the water, but who cares? Maybe I could put a secret in here so if you raise the water back up, hear me out. Just in some corner where I'm just a terrible person by making you have to swim to get something. Yeah, they're bubbles. Yeah, that's it. Bubbles, that's why they put them there. It's not to show the Emperor is working. They do look kind of like bubbles. And then of course the devil has fire. Or the red one, but it's not really like bubbles per se. But I can get behind it being bubbles. It's much better than the previous effect for certain. Accidental genius is what I just heard. Or maybe it was intentional genius. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't load the other time. Nice. Yeah, one of the recent Humble Bundles had a bunch of VFX, so I bought a bunch, and I still have plenty more to add in. I have so many assets, and you go through. I don't even know why I look at new assets anymore, because I still have huge amounts of assets to go through. Most of what I need are characters. I also gotta do sound work too. Jesus Christ, there's so much to do for this game. I wanted the rubber duckies to float, but I also want water to show up on the sides when you lower it down. But I noticed when this went down one, it didn't really go to the same location. Like, I think when I mathed it, it didn't math the way I wanted it to math. But yep, the duckies need to float. I might have the pools be lit. Basically a fake pool over the top of these other ones because, I mean, this doesn't have the all the code in there to make things float on it like the other water system did. And I could grab the same material, I guess. That's true. I could use a custom. I think what's really funny, if I became a political person, most of the people I've encountered in the programming sphere are like hyper leftists, so I'd probably lose out on those, but I'd probably gain people who didn't care about programming. I actually don't know any leftists who are under 50 years old. Yeah, you have to use UE's water, and the problem with UE's water is it's tied to landscapes. It doesn't... It's garbage. But there's like the Niagara stuff, but that stuff is horribly unoptimized to the point where you just can't use it. So, I don't know. Like I tested it for a while and it was so heavy that you could only have a little tiny section of water. And it was cool because it worked, but again, it was just so heavy. I wonder that about a lot of Epic's things. Like there's just no optimization on their end. Just like they have the new 3D particles that are just... Ugh, God, those things are terrible. Like, they look really cool, you can interact with them, but they're so heavy that you can't even use them. Like, neat, cool, what is this supposed to even do? Nothing. Just nothing. Flat nothing. Yeah, well, a lot of things are always cool for demonstrations. It's just they never bother to include something that's usable for anything else, and it's like neat, but man, even the water has still been in beta since like it came out. And, you know, it'd be nice if they finish anything. Here I'm using this cartoon water thingy because I know it can work for buoyancy and things like that. It's just... I don't know. Got its problems for certain. Well, I know what I was looking for. Use the same water as this one if I wanted. It'll probably look better than the other one. Oh, sleep well. Thanks for dropping by. Hopefully the kids don't wake you back up. They might. And if they do, I'll be around. Yes. I wish this water was a volume, but it's not. Because I could probably put all the kill plane stuff on this there and it'd make my life a lot easier. But did I just jump? Oh, I know, because there's Empress stuff there. Let me take a quick bio break real fast. I drink way too much water. We're back. Alright. Trying to figure out why these aren't moving at the same thing. I guess it doesn't matter as much if they're, it's just like two of them. This one has a better look to it. I mean, I could sit there and combine all the code. It would probably be a lot easier if I did that. Also do the pond waters thing. That's an interesting idea. I'm curious to see how this would look. Of course, the point of this was that it had a underwater side. How do you set up your underwater? Interesting. You have a built-in thing for this. Now I'm curious. Curious. Borrow one of these for a second, move it out here so I can play around with it a bit. I don't see it. And then help. Is it because it's only singular sided? Is that the problem? That might be the case. Like, if that's true, and I go in here, no. hate trying to figure out other people's code. Such a pain. Jesus. Is there a water depth option? How do you see a water depth? I don't get it. Make it easier to see? No. Well, what I can do is just add a cube. And then that cube can have the same material. Actually, no. I mean, sides are probably actually better, honestly. You have a cube on each side. I don't understand why their depth thingy isn't quite right. Okay. Doesn't even have sides to it. That's interesting to watch. You feel have a much better understanding of materials than I do. I'm not gonna lie. Curiosity here. Right. Those just have nothing to do with being underwater, by the way. Like, flat nothing. I admit, I have no idea how this thing works. It causes it to do what it does. Well, that would just rotate around all crazily, which would be pretty worthless to me. Cube in the center, like, it even matches the cube in the center. That's nuts. I basically just, it's gonna be hard to combine the two, essentially, is what I'm saying here. I guess I don't really need to combine the two. It just would have made my life a little easier in the long run. But I could just put a water thing over the top of each of the areas and then just move it in tandem with the other, so it will make no real difference. And the main reason I need it on the sides is that I have the windows where you can see the water underneath. That's the problem I'm having. But if I just move it in tandem, it's not like a big deal. Wait, why is this suddenly visible? Huh. Okay. Hmm. Just didn't notice it sticking out, I guess. Uh, it's probably better than stone anyway. A little dirt over here is not the worst, but I could merge these two so bad, but it take a lot of time and effort to merge that custom crap. I guess I got the wrong one. Fair enough. I'm gonna swap out the material on this so I have an idea of what it is I'm even looking at. Actually, at the top I could have changed it, right? Might be cool if I just left it the color it's supposed to be and not changed anything. Whatever the case, this is the height that needs to be at for the second one. Might be able to see a little better here. Is there a raid I missed or something? No. Okay. Checking, I was like, there was like a max viewers of 11 at one point. I was like, going, I don't recall being rated. Kind of a mix of the two waters for funsies. It's probably fine. Just copy the last number to copy all of them. Hey Latinum Legends, how's it going? Like this number here, probably. Looks good enough. It's actually pretty close on that one. Let's copy this and I'll move it to back. And then copy this one and move it back too. Well, I mean, technically, everything is an asset. If you hand make it or not, it's still an asset. So the answer to that question will always be yes, no matter who you ask. That is true. You want to get spectacle. If you're asking if I handmade something else, I made some of it. More like the characters, the building, a lot of the weapons, ducts and things like that, wherever they're at. Well, I guess technically they're not all loaded in at the moment because I'm using data layers. Sure, I don't hate it. That's for certain. It's coming along. I had to experiment with see if this works or not. It might not work. It might explode, and if it explodes, well, you're far enough away because you're, you know, probably wherever you're at in the world. Let's be some big explosion, and that'll be the end of that. Yay! Woohoo! Yippee! So the darkness doesn't get me. I'm testing out data layers and it causes them to load in like this, so I'm break things. Yay! Can you hit the button there? It should lower the waters to the next level of it. I'll go check in a second. That was a very weird way to click that. I didn't get to watch it lower out. It was sad. Whatever, I don't care. I guess I was technically sitting in the light at that point, and did I expect it to make something better? No. I did expect that to load. If that helps. That's true. These data layers are a bit finicky. They're only a few days old, and they've got some problems in that sometimes things don't load correctly. Is this like some survey thing? Do I get a prize? Oh. Whee! See, I made Poppet here, the main character. I need to fix that. It's where you can fall into it like that. That's interesting. The stuff still didn't load. Why? Jump up in here. I count as being in the secret garden. Sure. That's interesting because they worked last time before I hit the button. Also, this door is really hard to get through. I need to fix that by putting a little thing on them so you can grip them and get over or something, because that is like the most obnoxious. Yeah, it's just not loading any of that. Whee! Technically, you can jump your way out of this water, I believe. It's supposed to be rocks here, so it shouldn't be a problem normally, but... So, if I don't hit that button and I run from in this room, what happens? It's like a data layer issue. I mean, it's supposed to... You're hitting the little thing that should cause the data layer to load. And yet you are not. Once it's really janky, you need to take a step back and improve your individual skills. Fair enough. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and that's very much yours. Thanks, Cafe Manager. To be fair, this door is really janky. I'll give him some credit on that. This one door has some real problems. But you'll notice that stuff loaded beyond there. I need to fix that. As soon as I put a grippy, she'll be able to just climb her way through it. I see, fair enough. I appreciate all feedback. So if you're going to offer feedback, you probably want to specify what you don't like versus just the whole thing. I know there's issues with the data layers. That's a problem from a few days ago, so I'm not worried about those. I am worried about them, but the test right now is not that. Both fine from there. You might need to increase the size on the room infos. The animation has an awkward flow versus sucks. Does the animation have an awkward flow? What? Does it even do that? I have so many questions, people. But yes. It is more helpful if they provide what people don't like than what they do, than just everything sucks. I usually just discount the people like, all this sucks, because that's the second person ever, and the other person mostly said it before even looking at it. I'm like, I'll cry into all my wish lists, I guess. Oh no! Damn! What am I gonna do? Say random example? Okay, fair enough. Some people just show up to give me a good chuckle, I think, is really why they show up. Alright, I was gonna increase the height on this. I got distracted. Because maybe it's just not hitting a load, it's hitting an unload one, the height issue. Hard to say on that one. I'm not exactly that knowledgeable about these data layers. I'm working on it. Yeah, I was gonna say, if the animations suck, you should talk to Epic. So use their game animation sample, and all those animations are theirs. I was like, well, I'm not swinging the weapons, I guess, but other than those. I was gonna really get a good laugh. I was like, man, Epic just can't get a break. Does hitting this button just cause this issue? Oh, I know what I'm gonna do while I'm derping along here. I'm gonna make it so I can grab this thing. I almost just make it a little blueprint for this, but easy background while I'm playing with this anyway. What's it called? Not blanking on the name. Oh, please. I'll go find one. They're here somewhere. I know that. Well, actually, never mind. I don't have anything loaded in at the moment because I have no watch reverse. What it was. I have all the data layers enabled. So I have data layers for everything. So there's like this huge portion of the game that I could just load up at any time. Like you go into this room that looks completely empty, and you're just like, "Oh, cool, it's empty." But then I enable the thing for it, and it's not empty. And it's got a whole thing in here. So there's actually all these rooms they exist. It's just I don't have them all loaded at once because, well, the computer will break. It's not true. It'll just have no FPS at all. So it's basically these blocks in every room that, you know, when you hit a certain level of it, it loads them. And then you hit another level and it activates them. But if you get too far enough away, it'll put it to load and then put it to unload. So this way, you know, I can have thousands of assets on the same map and not have it be a slideshow. Unfortunately, the system is not even a week old, and my understanding of it is about as old, so... Let me tell you about how I still don't know what I'm doing on that one. That's what I wanted. I should just make this a blueprint, a moon door blueprint. Yeah, I should. You right. Well, these are all static meshes. I probably should keep it somewhere else. Where'd I put the duct thingy? That's a good question. Oh, organization. Why are you so difficult? That is not the right one. I can spell, I swear. Fine. No, I just pulled them directly into a level, huh? I thought there was a blueprint attached to them. There is not. There is, in fact, very much not. Okay. It's fair. You can't duplicate a level, huh? Weird. Oops, not what I want. Can't open multiple levels at once, not how it works. Right. Oh, no, don't do it like that. I want to open it. Blah, blah, blah. Hmm. We in the sky now, boys. I want it to be at all zeros because otherwise it leads to issues every time I place them. They'll be all weird in the world. And I really don't want to have to keep making the same thing over and over. Like, it's fun and all, but it's really not that exciting to make it over and over. Also, it's a bad use of my time. Getting everything to work on one map is quite the challenge. It's a huge FPS increase, though. I mean, I was getting 50 to 70 in a packaged project before it, but in the engine itself, I was only getting like, 15 to 20 when I was trying to run it testing during streaming. So if this thing's hitting like 40 to 50 in a lot of rooms while the engine's running and I'm streaming, imagine how good it's going to be packaged. As soon as I can solve the mystery of why some of them don't load. I'm gonna take this coat off real fast. It's very hot. When I woke up, it was very cold in the house. This room, however, is a sauna, and it's, like 2 p.m. now or something. 2:04 actually, but still. I gotta sit there and fix all those. That should make that easier to get around. At least hopefully. Also, while I'm at it, let's just go ahead and fix that little thing in the ground there, because last thing I want is for the player to fall into some dumb little pit that they clip their way out of or whatever's happening. Still doesn't solve the mystery of this, though. And these two shouldn't be related. What could be happening is it's unloading and then not reloading in the thing. But I ran through the whole place with all the doors open, and that problem only occurred after like a long period of time, which is, I'm not sure why it occurs, but I gotta admit, it's kind of annoying. I guess we'll run around with that outfit. Still gotta fix the material on that outfit. Enough. I also haven't fixed a lot on this outfit, but that's okay. Wee other outfits. with the missing materials. That's fine though, who cares? I don't even know when that material broke, but it broke at some point. That needs to be added to the underworld. I think the whole thing needs to be separate for this room, just in general. There you go. See, just hop right over. And again, these don't load. If I go hit the button, just jump out pretty easy. Got a fun hat. Yeah, this one doesn't load now either. Are they just like, well, they're not too close to each other because every other room is this close and they don't have this problem. And it said the underworld loads, so that's kind of... I'm gonna fix the material on this. I gotta figure out how to make the data layers load faster than this. Like, there's gotta be a better method. I mean, to be fair, it is in the engine, so like I say, we'll see that time. What's up? Blocking the chat. Things not going so hot with the PC there, PSX? I mean, install Windows, so I mean, that's never good right there. Or I guess it was already installed, but still. No, this doesn't actually heat the right area either. This is such a problem child, this room. I might make it to the moon doors, have a thing to check if they're open or not. They made it, the pin didn't work, so I had to use password. We said it didn't work because it started machine about malware, but at the end I logged back in and was able to get back to normal. So the stupid thing just still doesn't work. You're not using Windows 11, are you? Remember what a nightmare that was. No amount of money in the world makes that worth using. Now Windows 11? That's good. Windows 11 is a dumpster fire. I'm pretty certain that, you know, Windows 11 signals the end of Microsoft. Just as a company. It's that bad. I don't understand how anyone could ever willingly use that horrible thing. I only had to use it for a day to fix someone's computer, and I was like, wow. Did you have AI code this or something? Like, something's wrong with this. This is terrible. Oh yeah, well, I'm not surprised Game Pass got increased. Microsoft's a greedy company, and Game Pass sure was cheap for a while there. Well, it wasn't. Now I think you just buy the 2 or 3 games a year that you actually want, because I don't know about you, but that's about how many I buy. And yeah. It's like, cool, that's great, but I don't care. I don't know which one's the one I actually was using here. That one. Oh yeah, the outfit. Material done and be messed up. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Why are you messed up? You don't look messed up. And yet, you look messed up. First off, why is that a thing? Second of all, why are these unbuilt? Like, what is up with that? Why is this material screwed? Shouldn't be screwed up like that. That's the grid material. That's not the right thing. Right, you got an issue with MCDs? Just go like repeater, model name, buddy, it's custom built. Yeah, yeah. There's no reason these should be messed up. Well, I think I know what could be a problem. Clothing data. Can I do it again? Yes. Yeah. Material is terrible. Oh. Fix it later. Let's check to see if I can add it back or not. If I have to redo it, I'll redo it later. It's getting all these outfits together and they don't work. Well, they work, but the materials are fucked up. Moved up. Whoa, buddy. That was the wrong one. Yes. I think I'll have to redo them anyway. I think that somehow they keep the material on them or something. I don't know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we number 2? Is that the one? I should have labeled these. I'm stupid. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, they have some weird thing with it. I don't care right now. It's driving me nuts dealing with the other thing right now. I don't need an additional problem in my mind. Yep. But yeah, a lot of people be having trouble with Windows these days. I think it's going to be a pretty big issue for a while. Maybe they'll maybe people will finally switch over to old Linux. I doubt it. Linux has got its own ridiculous problems that need to be solved, but maybe. Let me check and see if this is a distance issue or something. I don't know. Like, something is weird about it. This is the only room it happens in. Very confusing that it happens in this room. I have to resolve this issue, though. I guess I don't technically need it right now, but I was going to replace the water in these ones too, and like that there too is like a double unload thing, and then you go back and then it loads it. Are they just too far from each other or something? Is that the problem? We're not far enough, I guess. But there's a whole range that once you hit it, it should set it to loaded anyway. There's actually 2 different thingies that would set it to loaded, and then one that sets to activated, so... And sometimes the data layers will say they're not valid, which is interesting. I need to include the information for which one's not valid there. Because it's not helpful that it just says not valid, and then now none of these are loading. God, data layers are so finicky. It did increase the size of the load unload, but the activate shouldn't be so big. Well, actually, the activate's pretty tall, honestly. Lots of despawn blocks. The activate deactivate this one here. Potentially, I should make it I guess a bit bigger. I don't know if it'll help. I'll pop it's the one that checks for this. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, it's just a dumpster fire going on right now. Got it. Hasn't got to be a dumpster fire though. It's still experimental. I did improve it so now all three of them work off the same thing. So I only have one set of code instead of 3 sets of code, and that's nice, but... I thought I'd resolved it last night. It's interesting that it's not quite working. Yeah. Hit the chat again. Or stop doing that. First room loads just fine. Run over here. There's a lot of lights in these areas. Huh. I might have to just turn this into one giant one there. No. I guess we've had this water is a really good choice because it means you can't really see above it, so I don't have to load the secret garden. Rasengan? What is this Rasengan thingy? I don't even understand. I'm excited about whatever it is, I suppose. Ah. I only saw a few episodes of Naruto. I never really ended up watching all of it. Like, I've seen all of One Piece, I saw a portion of Bleach, but I never got into Naruto. I know there's some hot redhead. I remember that. Actually, I think there's a couple attractive ones if memory serves. And there's some cat chick. Wait, no, that's Bleach. No, those are, never mind, those are... No, there's a hot redhead in Naruto. I don't remember her name. There's like a million people in Naruto. I don't know any of their names, except for obviously Naruto himself. Since Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, no One Piece, and most of Dragon Ball, it's fair. Most of my experience with Dragon Ball consists of Dragon Ball Abridged. Exactly. I remember one point telling a Dragon Ball Z fan that my favorite characters were Nappa and Mr. Popo, because in DBZ Abridged they were awesome. And at the time they were, you know, like, it was still coming out, so those were like, you know, they were really funny at the time. I didn't realize they weren't really in much of the show later, but... Yep. Someone understands the important things in life there. That's what I'm hearing. It should be more than far enough away to trigger the thing. Yeah, now it's saying data layer not valid, and it's saying... How? Like, that's so weird. How could they not be valid? And then it just stops unloading them, too. And if the data layer is not valid, how did it load the Safari room in the first place? Started playing Tekken? Nice. Oh yeah, well, Tekken's not really a story game. Presumably you beat it with every single character so you can get all the different little story bits and... Man. I'm not even sure how I can check to find out why it's no longer valid on this one. Fair enough. Nice. Man, I haven't really played much Tekken in ages. What was the last one I played? What, 5, I think? Did I try 6? I remember for one game I played Steve when he came out, the little boxer guy. And I played that that rich girl for a while too. I think both in the same version. I think I was gonna run Viola in the next one because it was one where like the chick with the orb. And I was like, "There's a chick with an orb. I've never had an orb weapon. I'm gonna try this." And I guess she was OP. Hell yeah, Levi. Hell yeah. I actually got to play that in the arcade too. I went down to like Sacramento, capital of California, if you didn't know. And it was an arcade there, and people were playing Tekken 5, and I was like, I haven't played an arcade in a million years. So, right. Beat some people up with some Steve, life was good, and didn't stay very long. Don't really want to throw quarters at something when I could just as easily, you know, get it home. Tekken PS2 is king. Nice, nice. I don't even remember what I played in the first one. For a while I played every Tekken that came out, and then I kind of stopped. I think it's just a question of time. There's only so much time, and there's so many games. So I never got to the newest Tekken, but... I remember it was like Tekken 3, I played just about everyone because we just had that around and so much time to play it that I just got good at like everybody. Some were clearly better, but you know, I got good at like everyone. Tekken Tag was like, I think where I had the most fun with Tekken though. I was playing what, Lei Wulong and True Ogre or something was my main team at that time. Yo, True Ogre was a beast, Jesus. What a freaking animal. Lei was just because he was so funny, I couldn't help it. I got over it later. 50 hours on Silk Song. I wish I had free time. Instead, I took up game dev. God, mistakes were made. Time they extended the combo juggling system, so 75 serial health is gone for when juggling. Yeah, at some point, like the combos really ruin a lot of fighting games. Like, they're okay for a little bit, but once they get these ridiculously long things, I just stop playing. It just... You don't even have to be that good, you just have to get lucky like twice, and then you win a fight, and it's like, that's so cool, or maybe 3 times if the combos are a little lower damaging, and it's just... Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, King guys just get rolled and hooked. I mean, that's pretty much King in a nutshell, right? You know, just... But at least those were hard to do, I guess, I don't know. At some point, it's just... I don't know. I treat the hold chains as no different than a long combo where you're just like, oh, cool, great. Oh, well, let me know when I get to play again. I don't know. I can still remember the Marvel vs. games where the combos got so ridiculous, you're just like, okay, cool. Alright, there's like lots of numbers. Okay, we're still going. Oh, I get to go again. Okay, cool, neat. And you know, it's just, I don't know. I think the last fighting game I played was the most recent Soul Calibur. I always liked Soul Calibur. I like the character designer, honestly. I also like how the combat plays out better than I like how Tekken plays out. With the more, I guess I'm playing my phone. With the more, like vertical, not vertical, horizontal movement. You know, because you can just walk in the directions, as opposed to Tekken, where you had to like double tap moving directions, which I didn't like very as much. Basically the big difference between the two. Also gotta plug in my phone one sec. Downside of using it as a camera. Yeah, dragging off just grabs. Yeah. I don't even know what that is, to be fair. You know, yeah. Yeah. If not valid, reach. Actually, it's like I was already kind of doing this. But I think that there's some kind of issue going on here with this. This might tell me everything I need to know. Now maybe I'll take up playing some fighting games again, huh? Big problem is I kind of just obsess over game dev, and then I just never do anything else but game dev, and that's kind of rough, you know? Like, then you just never play any games, ever. Or even go outside. It's true. Hear me out, what if I went outside? Holy crap. It's because I realized I took on some Herculean task, and that's where the problem lies. It's like once you realize how much goes into making a game, like how that's this scope, it's just like, did I even get it done in the time frame that I had? Let's run around until it breaks. Yay! Those are the worst errors where you have to try to establish them. You have to get them to repeat. And they're hard to get to repeat because they're just so random. Admittedly, most of the fighting game streamers just sit there and practice combos all the time and then try to... I mean, that's pretty much what you just gotta do. You just gotta do all combos. And just grind out fights all day. Well, you know, I thought that'd be more valuable, but I didn't realize they're just gibberish names. Seems like I increased the distance that they are interacted with, and that caused problems. I had this big old setup to see if the things were the same. Yeah, just save so I can move them all at once. This is clearly not going to help me. I thought they would just have the name of each layer, and I could find out if it was valid or not. And that would be, like, handy. I think a lot of game dev is basically just, well, at least a lot of Unreal Engine, just trying to figure out how to get references to things. Once you have a reference, you can do anything you want, but sometimes getting that reference is a little rough. A little rough. Sure. And this gets all these here and asks if they're in the same state, so we'll try a second time. I wonder if it's somehow overloading it or something. It doesn't make sense that it would just be not valid anymore, like... It's still looking for the same name as before. You can see all the stuff it's doing with those. And now we're at not valid machinery room there. So it loaded the machinery room, it activated the machinery room, and then it's not data layer not valid machinery room. We're trying season 2 tomorrow? Nice. Well, I haven't seen season 1, but I really don't even have time for anything, it seems like, anymore. It's just work, work. Huh. Unloaded, loaded.
Is this the part part they leave out of the storybooks? The part where our heroine fails over and over?
Indeed. I put in a bunch of little death thingies for her to say when she resurrects each time. To kind of, you know, chide you or something like that. Apparently One Punch Man is the chosen one. I should watch it. That's what I'm hearing. The main reason I don't catch a lot of anime is I really hate subtitles. And a lot of the voices they use for English ones are terrible, so I'm just like, ugh, bad voice acting or I have to read. Oh, no thank you. I don't end up watching a lot of anime. That's what it is. I'm grandfathered into One Piece because my friends used to watch it and I just kind of stayed with it, but besides that, I don't know about others. Yeah, Braille instead. They could just hire good voice actors for anime. That'd help. I don't want it in a foreign language. It's either in English or I don't want to watch it. But if the voices are painful to listen to, then I don't want to listen to that either. It's always that little girl character or something like that that has the highest pitched voice that just hurts my ears. And it's like, oh, why? Stop it. Hate that. Ugh. I might have got better since the last time I really watched much anime in English, to be fair. I don't catch a lot of it. I've seen a lot of comic book crap, that's true. Watched a lot for quite a while. I watch horror movies too sometimes. I watched like the new Conjuring movie last night. And that was... It was okay. If you're drunk. It's only passable if you weren't. Alright, so if it's white, that means it's what it's supposed to be. Data layer and state, sure. Makes sense in the name of it, sure. And if it's in red, it already did it, so it's not doing it again. But then it's just not valid all the way back. I don't... Maybe if I put a do once on it and it'll just reset it. Maybe it's just overloading poor Unreal Engine. Did you watch South Park? You watched the full season? Nice. Dude, South Park used to be pretty good. Now, well, I don't know, the Disney one was pretty funny. I watched the Ozempic thingy, but I didn't really know about Ozempic, so I didn't really get the jokes because I just didn't know anything about it. I was like, that's cool, but the fuck is this even about? And I watched it, it's like, ah, cool, whatever. But I haven't caught anything new past that. Scan Hunt 42 season? Scan Hunt 42, what is this? I have questions. Huh. I see. I mean, there's actual stuff out there. YouTube never recommends anything to me besides the same handful of garbage. And if it's on TikTok, I'm just not even on TikTok. I'm gonna go and say it. I probably should be because I guess there's a lot of traffic there. But I don't watch it. I didn't really watch YouTube much these days either. I spend almost all my free time either working, exercising, or working on my game. That's like... I wonder if this will make it better. But if you want to link it in chat, yeah, I can always watch it later or something. Wonder if this helps enough or not. I just don't know how it could be invalid. I mean, it's a reference inside of a variable. How is that reference suddenly not valid when you just used it over and over and over? It's not like I'm changing that references in there. I'm literally just turning them on and off with their own system. Well, this new system should be a little less heavy. It's difficult to optimize a system that I have very little familiarity with, and kind of just learning about it as I go. I must say, I don't really know. I need to make those appear as a thing in the underworld. Exactly. It's really that. It's just like, well, this is here. These are real. It says so. What are we talking here? Where are they? It's like, but not valid. And I'm like, what? Oh. I'm just trying to trigger the not valid by running back and forth through things. See what happens. Yeah. It seems like that sometimes, and Unreal just thinks that I just, you know, don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, well, it's fair. I guess I don't, but really, Unreal? Really? I do like how this water looks. I mean... The worst part is it's not always my fault. Sometimes it actually is just a bug in Unreal, and then you're just real sad. Sometimes you can just reset it, but I've seen this happen even through multiple resets. And the only thing I can think of is just overloading it, and it gets caught up trying to load something, and then it just can't understand anything else until it finishes that, but it can't pull it off or something. I don't know. It does not exist, so yeah, exactly. It's here, and yet it is not. Schrodinger's asset. It's there until you look at it. Be gone, water. You do not belong in this world. Yep. Only on paper is any of this real, yes. And this time it didn't load it in. Things I have to do in order to optimize. It's so silly. I've had to redo so many systems because Unreal's optimization is so crap. Like, here's all these things, this new system, you should use it because the old ones, instead of fixing them, we just have this new system. I'm like, but old system seemed to work. Exactly. I don't know why. It just didn't feel like it. It's on a vacation. See, if it's just that one, then that I can try to figure out what's causing a singular thing there. If they're all doing it, that's a problem that I'm having a bigger issue with. Like, if I can just run around and it doesn't cause a thing, I haven't seen it do the same problem again, so I think it might have just been overloaded for everything else. I don't know about this other one here. Oh, no, machine room not valid now. Now none of them are valid. Storage room, control room. That is super puzzling. That's being mean to an AI and ask it a question. I've tried to look up this answer and nobody knows anything about data layers. You have no idea how little information is out there about this crap. People could tell you how to set them up and that's like the end of it. Not a fix I'm gonna do. I guess it's an issue with soft references somehow being set to null when it's set to unloaded. But you would think that it would have a list of all the references. Why have an unloaded option if that makes it where you can't reference it ever again? And that's not even the case a lot of times because, you know, clearly it's setting them to unloaded and loaded and doing it anyway. I'm gonna break these for a second and see if it causes one. The problem with this is you want them to unload because otherwise eventually it'll start messing with your FPS. But I want to see if that's the cause, so I'll just run around with that like that for a while and see if that makes a difference, you know? Like, because it's a lot easier if Poppet can just bump a room in order to load it. If not, then I basically have to have a level thingy that references it by itself, I suppose. If the level blueprint already has a reference to those, if I has to hard ref, then it means it loads them all in the first place, and at that point you defeated the entire purpose of a data layer, because, you know, if you've hard refed it, it means it had to load it in memory whenever that thing has been loaded in memory. So if you put it on the level, then if you hard ref all your data layers, then it loads all the data layers for the level. That's so dumb. I don't know. I'm just gonna run around in circles and see if it just loading and unloading causes the problem. Because there's loaded and then there's activated. And loaded means it's sitting in memory. Activated means it's actually showing up. I mean, the FPS gain is so huge for doing this that it's worth doing, but man. It's going to be some growing pains for cert. Wow. That was instantaneous, Nala.
The wall talks to you. Whisper my name, please. Steve.
I don't think this makes any real difference. Other than being a massive memory increase if, you know, it sets it to unloaded. But apparently being in loaded state is not enough anyway, not even unloaded. Like Hidden Grotto just failed across the board. Huh. It's the state it wants to be in. I use print string so much it has its own special macro, so I don't have to set it to like 30 seconds, and I can just change the color whenever I want, not do all this extra work. So. And append things to this stuff, like literally that's how often Poppet needs this thing. I mean, she's so much of the game. Anything that becomes like a NPC has it as well. I might make it for the Puppet Master too. Certain characters just need a lot of TLC. Ever seen what Japan did and avoid payment processors? Maybe. Hope they do. I want them to push back against all these payment processors for certain. So it found the hidden grotto for when it was loaded in. Hmm. Right, it tried to do it twice, sure. It loaded it here. This is the one where it fails to load it, just leaves it as it is. So it skips past loading it, sure. And then it makes sense that there's two of them going because it's literally got two different room infos here. I don't think there needs to be two, to be honest. There probably only needs to be one. It should just be an activate check. And maybe I axe this one here since it's running everything twice and seems unnecessary. I don't think that's causing a problem here, though. It just got me with holding funds from creators for months, only telling them they delete their account and then they get funds back. Yeah. Not a big fan of itch. They don't police their stuff very well, so there's lots of, you know, hacker crap on there, and they don't seem particularly professional about stuff. They're very weird. Not a big fan. That was fast. Yep. I like Devil Pop. I mean, Devil Pet's also a thing, I suppose, but... Or Pop Devil. I don't know, man. Rock Any game works? Nice. I don't know what they've made, but Foul Farms, patenting farming. I see. Yeah, I don't think they're going to win in court trying to patent farming. I think any judge is going to be like, wait, what? Is there other information I can set on these that makes any sense? Well, it's not gonna be on there. Yeah, pretty much. Now, I imagine they have to make it so it's something really specific to be able to patent it. Just like the Power World thing, where I guess they patented, like, you know, you beating something up enough that you could then capture it in a ball or something, that like exact set of mechanics. It's like, okay, we'll throw a cube at it then. What then? Like, I mean, like, what are we talking here? Like, we definitely shouldn't be allowed to just, you know, pick whatever they want and do that. It seems ridiculous to me, but man, it's kind of a thing. Yeah, I don't think they should be either. Patent the whole game, sure, so they can't just duplicate your whole game, but you know. Unless their game is like basically your game, it shouldn't be a problem. Plenty of games are pretty close to each other anyway. So whole genres exist. It's like when I made this larger, it caused me more problems than it was worth to do so. So let's vastly reduce the unloaded one, I guess. I don't know, sure. That's the other thing that's dumb. It's like China doesn't even care about copyrights. Neither does India or anything like that. So they just steal the whole time. And like I say, you know, something should be copyrightable. Like, you know, if you make an entire novel or movie or something like that, you should be able to copyright the whole thing. So people can't just dupe your whole thing. But beyond that, we shouldn't even have to be able to file a copyright. If you've made the thing, like, it should be just understood that people aren't allowed to duplicate it. But, you know, just because you made a movie about, you know, say a snake that attacks people on a Wednesday, this all makes the thing a movie about, you know, a snake that attacks people on, you know, Thursday or something, and is noticeably different. Like, if it's just that's the only change, then it should be, you know, fall under copyright. But I don't know, then you have weird React shit these days, and copyright's just all over the place. Technically, I can enter the door by simply going down here. But they should definitely... They definitely need an international set of laws that apply to these things. Because if one country obeys it and no other countries do, then it's pointless. Why are we even bothering? And if you know, there's even a country that doesn't do it, then there should be penalties for that country. Yeah, exactly. No duplicating someone's thing. Wait, what? Having some issues with my internet here, 1 second. My phone back to being connected. Okay. I was like, I do not wish to burn my phone connection on streaming to the internet, you know. That would not be worth. It's all like disconnected. I'm like, hmm. Yep, once again, not valid. I'm gonna hang out a bit and see if it loads though, because I've seen it do that. Or not. I did kind of tab out, didn't I? So that kind of... Well, I can't get back there. That's okay, I'll just do it again then see if it loads the room. I'm kind of at a loss in this one. This is going to take some serious research. I might just abandon this particular thing for now and do a bunch of research off stream to figure out what's causing this, because it looks like it's going to be some sort of real big issue. You gonna activate it? This one just almost entirely screws up. I never realized how useful this tarot would be for just testing things. Since it reverses how the curse works. So if you're in the dark, you start getting sanity. It's really useful when we're just wandering around because it effectively almost makes you, you know, never run out. I've seen it individually load a layer eventually, and once it eventually loads the layer, then it's fine again, so... Let's just assume it's retarded. Right? Like, let's just play that game that it's retarded. And I'm just going to tell it to do it anyway. We'll assume that it's gone through American public education. Right? You know, it's fine. And is therefore lost IQ points, which is the only logical thing when dealing with our education system here. Pure gay. We're pure now, boys. We're pure. The funny part is validated gets usually there to prevent errors, but hear me out. What if this just goes by around, it's just like, just do it anyway, Unreal Engine, don't worry about it. It's really there. I'm just like, okay. I'm gonna laugh if that works. So dumb. It might work too, that's the stupid part. It's not like a 0%. Or just give me an army of arrows, which either or. We'll find out. No, it still fails over there. And I'm not surprised it fails getting at that point. I wonder if it's somehow grabbing the secret data layer. Perhaps it is. I was trying to set up a system where if you've accomplished certain things, a room could appear as a completely different room. Or just like load in other things as well. But maybe that system was flawed. Hard to say, really. Find out. Nice. 10 out of 10. Already going fine. The Legend of Devil Pop. I need to have some kind of a jab at having a Funko Pop, right? Because, you know, having a pop version of Poppet that's like a Funko Pop would be pretty funny, but it can't be the word fun. It has to be something else that sounds similar enough, means the same thing, but is not actually. Because it would be funny as a joke. Like one of the little shopkeepers sells their own version of a Funko Pop. And it's just a, you know, Poppet bobblehead. Presumably she's not the only toy that looks like this, by the way. After all, I mean, maybe he made only unique ones. It's possible, but I mean, a lot of toy people can't usually make unique stuff. They're clearly mass-producing crap here. So in theory, there could be multiple versions of Poppet. I don't know if I'm going to make multiple versions of Poppet, you understand, but you know. Unloaded, activated. Weird. Well, I managed to get the load unload a bunch of times over and it didn't cause any problems. I didn't see any of the invalid crap. I think that's what was happening, is that the weird secret thing was somehow triggering. I don't know how, but because it's supposed to ask Poppet if she has something, and if she has it, then it does the other one, but it would make sense if my own terrible programming was the culprit. I mean, let's be real here. I have a lot of terrible programming. I mean, it's a bit finicky on these, but if that's the case, and that's the only problem. Let's see if the underworld loads after I push that button. So many problems going on here. Downside of the devils, you can't recover curse very easily unless you go stand in the light, but you can just turn it off, I guess. There used to be a cost for turning it on and off, though. Can I slide off those buttons a bit? Like I say, if I get rid of the other problem, I don't care as much. At least that's one problem dealt with. It's obnoxious. Pay attention to what it does with the underworld, though. Unloaded underworld. That's not loaded. Where's the loaded version of the underworld? I guess I'm unloaded secret garden. That makes sense. Sure. It's like the underworld never loaded. Loaded the underworld, then so now it's loaded over here. But it's never activated. I think I solved the other problem. But the fact that it's not activated is weird. It should have activated by jumping down here. I just need to be moved up or something. I think that's something's weird about it. I guess they all have different heights, so they're not really unloading and loading them as they should. Well, I think that solves at least one problem. The other one, well, I'll get to it. I'll take a quick bio break real fast. We're back. I haven't even deleted this track. I hate this track. So, I'm gonna try this, switch a little farther out and see if it just loads in that way. Thought I'd play, I guess not. I'll stream like another hour or something. I should run far enough away, because if you don't run far enough away, actually, it doesn't matter. It needs to say activated. Once it's activated, I don't care so much. That was a nice little load there. Problem is now it's loading areas underneath, which kind of does suck, but there's only so much I can do about it. Speaking of tracks that kind of suck. Whatever. It's just all these random game dev music thingies, and someday I'll clean them out. Probably not. But I don't know. I usually just grab ones I think are cool for the game and kind of leave the rest on rotation. Now it's activated. I could use a quick switch. I kind of don't use it very often. I should, probably. I like this section. I'm not sure if I like the bottom section much. I don't need both musics playing. I'm gonna do a bunch of running around testing. The least I could do is just have game music playing. I think it's just going to be a lot of tweaking to get those numbers where they're about right where you don't really see things load in while still not eating a huge amount of resources. I gotta put a level block to unless I can get up. And fix the music so it doesn't restart.
You're going the wrong way. I just give in. We're all mad. The wall talks to me.
It's not even a room called the bulkhead anymore. It got RFG'd. No, I mean today I'll have basically made the water better and hopefully it'll let me do flames. That's so weird the way it does that. That weird like melting look. I've seen it do it twice now. You run up here and then... yeah, that. That's weird. I've never seen a landscape do that. I mean, other than that particular one. Now 3 times. I'm gonna have to fix all this crap in here. That's fine though. Oh, that's right. You can hit spacebar and just vault it now. I fixed it. It's better now. There should be a key down here. Huh. Oh well, I grabbed the... I would have grabbed it, so that's good enough for me. I really do think the design of the second area is so much better than the design of the first area. We even restructured the crap out of it, so now it's probably better than it was. Just to remove that 20%. Finally a use for vaulting things. Poppet usually just jumps everything, so it's vaulting has never been a useful thing. I'll set the music to not restart and fix a lot of these problems in a second. Wait, I do here. I would have got the key to this room over here.
The ether hums my name, but it's your name.
So much wrong with these rooms here. Like, they get all moved around too. Nothing's really been fixed in this area yet. You wouldn't have the devil by this point, you just wouldn't have its, you know, anti-curse ability. Well, you might have it. I'm gonna give it to you in the brig, so... let you shoot fireballs. I think the melee weapons are gonna get really eclipsed in this game pretty quickly. Just by the nature of how they work. They're just not... you really don't want to get close to the enemies if you can avoid it. The water should have been lower down. I want going this way. Just jump down.
The wall talks to dynamo stole my shadow. My name. Too long a steam. Too long a steam. We're all mad. Whisper my name. But the steam lies through.
Oops.
Nobody could ever love me. I'm worthless. If I just give in, the clocks tick to mock me. The ether hums my name. Much like the ether hums my name. The steam lies through all.
It's like the other water doesn't really appear above it. Where'd the other water go? Does seem to work now though. That's something. I'm making a mess. Got myself a streamer snack. Some random cheap thing from the grocery outlet. Looked healthy. Smelled like nuts and berries and shit. Hmm. 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 The phone cam was like, I'm gonna go in sleep mode now. I'm like, but phone cam, why? I'm down here in forever. I think that I need to do something to make this a little more doable though. Oh, you can play through it, but just hard, and your odds of falling in the water are very high. It feels almost unfair. I think feeling unfair isn't really what I was aiming for. You have such a low ceiling that it kind of is easy to fall in the water right there. You really just can't see where you're about to land because of that problem, so I need a solution, if you will, to that. All I really care about is if the top area loads now. I'm right back out.
Every cog's a star, and the airship's shadow on my soul. It knows I stole the sky's blue. They're watching me. They're watching me. Stitch my dreams. I'm not talking to millions of stars. Much like the steam lies through. Are you? We're all mad.
This will be part of the building. Yeah, it looks like it works pretty well now. I guess I fixed the problem. My ghetto system to try to load for different things was somehow bad. Oh, I don't need that yet anyway. For now, just it being a memory manager that gives me like, you know, 15 to 20 extra FPS is not bad. It's not perfect yet, but I think we can all agree it's much better than it was. As it's like not even remotely finicky, it just doesn't load as far away as I'd like it to. Problem with loading far away though is then it loads more rooms, so I gotta be careful about that, but Seems to work. Ooh. Too messy the other way. I got that do once there, so if I don't have every false covered, then the do once will never happen again. I mean, technically I don't need this anymore. The do I have this can be ignored. So in reality I could just do this and skip some additional resources usage right here until later when maybe I want to make use of this. Or I will do a better job of it, for certain. I mean, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Did it ever load in those tables? Like, I don't think I ever noticed those tables loaded in. That how it works? See. Gotta fix all the problems that I found as I was running through there, right? Including a missing key that... Yeah, we'll get to you in a second, bucko. Just so you can vault your way up, you know? It's the little things for certain. That to fix it. This can go... Which just copies that state? Good. That's what I want to hear. I don't recall there being a bulkhead key anymore. Where's my chapter 2 information? Still working on the room order a little bit because of the fact that there's a... I need one other thing to happen in here somewhere. There's no bulkhead anymore. Like, he doesn't need to be there. I do need to plan out the entire layout of chapter 2 as far as where the keys are at. It's pretty good. There's just the optional rooms I need to figure out. Besides that, I don't hate these rooms. I mean, they could use more to them, I suppose, but that's not what I'm doing right now. Okay, well, first of all, nobody wants us hovering in the air. I'm not sure I need all the extra ones there, but maybe it would look nicer just having it over by here or something. There's kind of an argument for it being on both sides, though. Just identical. This area could be made to look so much nicer than it is. It's just not nice looking. I think I can just about get rid of these geo brushes. I don't plan on making any additional changes to this room. Well, these can never be reached, so I don't care about that. Fair enough. Just don't want it sticking through the wall. I'll also make the collision less terrible on this thing. Again, I don't care about that area, so... I want the bottom to be anything different. I mean, I can put like the little blue floor in the bottom of everything. It's kind of a running gag throughout this whole area, isn't it? Kind of makes me think I should do that. Sure. Man, YouTube today is not popular. Not surprising. Easily distracted. Let's put it into Wonders building. It's kind of got to be loaded in through multiple rooms, so whenever that's the case, just goes in the building. What is this room even called? No, it's just Secret Garden. Is it called like the alcove ceiling? I don't know. Sure, whatever. Not the most important thing in the world, but I'll say this, I would prefer it not have a bunch of brushes there. Guess I didn't do a very good job of nerfing that, huh? You know, I'm gonna redo it. She's ugly. Yeah, delete it. There's just a certain level of, you know, I could do a little bit better. I guess there's an argument for moving it a little farther over and having this full rail available. Or just move it over this way and having no rail available and just having the rail inside this, which might not be a bad idea. I can also move the rail back too. I don't have to have it where it's at. I think that's probably better. Sure. I didn't fix this, oops. In hindsight, they should have had a different texture on the side too. What's a box brush? It still can. So should this. Well, maybe not, because this is downstairs. I don't mind so much. Up here probably should have been that though. Like it should probably be this. I'm gonna put it there so I remind myself. I will forget otherwise. Would very much like them to meet up. Hard to tell in the dark. I thought they were lined up perfectly in the dark. But in the light, there's that little bit that's off. It's very annoying. I set complex, it's fine. It's not that bad because you look at it, it's like right there. That's very few shapes on there for. I mean, obviously, if it was completely square, it'd be great, but it just can't. It can't find those holes and things. It doesn't work. The auto convex will have like 9 million versions, and it'll be way off. You'd think they'd have the option to take a look at how the complex thing is set up and then to create a simple collision based on that, you know? Like if they can find the entire outskirts of a thing, they should be able to, you know, use that information to generate a simpler version with less triangles on it. Just an option to reduce the number of triangles right in there would be perfect. Because clearly they have access to the info that we're looking for, but for some reason, that's not how it works. Doesn't seem like a very complicated concept, but apparently that's not how it works. I don't know why I started working on this particular area, but that's okay. All these things have to always be loaded up too, so that's another reason to get rid of them sooner rather than later. Because, you know, that kind of sucks. You don't really want them loaded up. Is Wall just like fatter or something? Oh, it's just not that far enough over. Looks like there might be a bit too much going on there, you know? Let's fix that. Well, maybe we'll fix that. I don't know. Sure. Yeah. It'll cause a hole in there, but the hole won't stay because I'm not going to unite those together. I think this is approximately where I want it to be. Like, that would be possible for a normal person to get up. So I'm going to unite those there, and then I'm going to put walls here to create a little, like, hidden room up here. That's right. That's pretty much it. I think that a lot of people at Epic are just there to justify their jobs. And that's really why so many of these things are just completely ridiculous. And it's like, what? Why don't you fix anything? Well, if you fix something, that doesn't sell the next version of Unreal Engine quite as well as a awesome new feature. After all, fixing old water plugin, who does that? But hear me out. Voxel Nanite. Hell yeah. That's actually not even a lie. That's literally what they're using to sell the next time for 5.7 Voxel Nanite. So now your game is secretly Minecraft, but just tiny Minecraft. Thought I pointed out to you. You may continue. I don't know if I use the blue in this area. I think this is for this area only, right? Where do I want blue ceilings? The blue metal ceiling? I mean, bricks look horrible. They make a weird looking ceiling. Maybe voxel nanite's good. I mean, regular nanite's hot garbage, so maybe voxel nanite will do what regular nanite couldn't do and actually be useful. Hear me out. Maybe it'll be good. And not bad. I know. Revolutionary. Good, not bad. Actually, I'm gonna leave that where it is, I guess. Am I? That's a question. Mushroom. See what you look like. I mean, I saw that Witcher demo. I'm just saying, I saw it. Nothing's ever gonna work like that, but I saw it. Okay, well, this is a problem. How much of a problem should it be, though? Because if I move this over, which I do have a little bit of wiggle room there, it makes this a thing. But my question is, does that even look bad? I'm not sure it does. Then this sticks into there for no apparent reason. Good. I see that causes a problem. This is almost exactly the right size for here. I could just set it a little lower and it'll be fine, I guess. Also a little bit of grass there, just doing its thing. Oh, we'll deal with you in a second. Gotta keep working on each new area, right? if I have an idea for something, I just immediately switch to working on that because I don't know if I'll remember that idea later, and I might write it down, but I might not have as good of an idea later, so I just kind of work on it. Oops. It's not really an entrance, but I don't really have a name for it now because, like, logically speaking, why is the entrance to Toy City high at the top? Like, if you're entering the building, then the entrance to Toy City should be here, right? Like in this spot, right in this general vicinity. I also need a bigger door, but seriously, like, the naming convention's kind of off here, but that's okay. It's not going to ruin the world, probably. I mean, it might, but if it does, the world deserved it. Had it coming. Oops. And there's one thing off the key. CP colon. Actually, that's... It was a colon, yeah. Wow. Right hand off the keys. I got a little screwed up by the microphone because I think the keyboard's like slightly off to the side because I'm looking at this monitor over here. I should probably move everything over a little bit. I'm confusing my poor hands that are just like, but boss. It's always on this side. Like they're possessed or something. It's always on this side. You're like, I'm sorry. Actually, that's fine. Of course, the problem is now I gotta rework some of that crap. Do I? I mean, it's kind of an extra upper room here that doesn't necessarily have to have all that crap. Maybe just like the toy maker's office or something. It doesn't got to be any of this big place. It is a pretty big building for just a tiny office, though. But to be 100% fair, this will probably get cut up a bunch. I don't... Like, this is huge. The structure down here for Chapter 3 is just so big. And Chapter 2 doesn't even have all its content. Well, scan time just keeps going minute by minute. You just watch your skin and what we doing here. I might just make the ceiling as it's intended and then go from there. Window scan? Ah, okay. That does take a minute, or 12, or 57. Yes. May or may not go hunt down food in half an hour to an hour. I don't know. We'll see. Probably should get rid of the rest of these brushes. Just do something with them. They're just resources I don't want to waste. But, I don't know. I'll think about it. There's very few of them now. I went from having, you know, couple hundred of them in the game to having like 14. No PC scan would go over 72 hours? Jesus. I had to start deleting crap at that point. Like, it's a lot of stuff. At some point I'm just like, you know, I didn't need this stuff anyway. Besides, what is Windows Scan even gonna do? I mean, what does any Windows service do? Not much, usually. Let's be smart, make it... Oh, don't, not like that. Let's make them the same size so I can just duplicate this one. Yeah, definitely. And we have like old PCs all around here because nobody, like... My roommate and I are both computer nerds, and you know, we just both have way better than the crap we have here. So we just have a bunch of old computers around here for no reason. I still have to upgrade the computer at my office too. I have like better parts for it. Basically hand-me-downs from the better computers we have. Yeah, this is probably fine to be a giant, huge thing here. I could probably run some pipes through here just to be that guy. I'm okay with being that guy. Hear me out. Sometimes you gotta be that guy. Sure. Milligram power wooden stake through the heart. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I've definitely heard that referenced in a few things. Actually, it was actually directly referenced in like Hotel Transylvania or something like that. I'm sure it's been directly referenced more than a few times. Yes. It's kind of like when they dealt with witches, too. You know, it turns out that drowning would deal with basically just about anybody, but if you didn't drown, then, you know, you were a witch and they burnt you at the stake. Huh. Bummer. Just saying, bummer. Thought we were duplicating, but I guess we're not duping. We duping? Oh, wait, why am I doing it that way? That's dumb. Don't dupe that way. Dupe this way. The other way bugs it out. Yep. I assume they just had a lot of annoying Karens and they just devised a way to get rid of all the annoying Karens, and that's how all the witch trials happen. There's no manager here, Karen. Yep. Go meet your manager in hell, Karen. They were pretty based back in the past. You had some annoying Karen, they burnt her at the stake, or they put her in an insane asylum or something. You know what? They were probably all happier for it. There. I'll say it. They were happier. I guess that actually adds things, huh? So when dry grass would actually kind of remove all the extra grass that sticks up. Does not. Don't know what I'm gonna do with this location, but I could put it at an angle. Is there an advantage to putting it at an angle? Or I can just hide something in the ceiling up here and then have a way to get around, which is probably what I'll actually do. If I put it at an angle, I could also put thing up there too. And this could be a Toymaker's workshop. Not the workshop, the his office, I guess. I was gonna put the washroom on the bottom floor, and I don't have any rooms designed for the third chapter or any concepts much. One like a sheriff's station, but that's not going to be here. Probably. It's relatively close to the brig, though. That's true. Relatively is. Sorta. You'd like to take them way down here. It'd be kind of weird. This should actually probably be some kind of sheriff's thing here, to be honest. It's just too bad I wanted to give him the justice thingy in the third chapter, so I don't know how that's going to work. This is one of the few rooms with no good idea on it. I mean, it's kind of got an idea, but it's not a good idea. Because there is a maze above it, at least, so there's that. Not really a maze, but it'll eventually be something of a maze to wander around in. And I guess some foam minigame. Your small country is quite great, because you don't tend to have past and guilt or bad shit they did hundreds of years ago. I don't have any guilt over anything that people did hundreds of years ago. I don't give a shit what they did hundreds of years ago. Good. Glad they did it. I'm here. I'm sure if they didn't do it, I wouldn't be here. Probably. That whole you step on a butterfly thing and, you know, in the past and it changes the whole future. I need to take it off landscape mode. I can't select things. I probably want like a rail here or something. I'm have to set up something like that. I don't really have a metal rail for this area. Like, what am I going to do for the third chapter? What's the layout going to look like? What am I really doing here? Is the question that I need to really be asking with this setup. Doesn't got to be asked immediately, but it's going to have to be asked soon. Of like, what am I doing? Where am I going with this? So this way, when Black Friday rolls around, I can pay buy any assets I might need for a reduced price, right? The great secret. And try to get everything you can on Black Friday. Save yourself some ducats. I don't know what I have. I'll have to look. I'm sure I have something. I thought stair steps. It's not even like the full pole, it's just steps. Well, these are the rounded ones. So yeah, I remember you. That's not gonna work here. I don't want anything round. I got plenty of extra coil thingies I need to look at. Like, I am loaded down with coily weird garbage. So I'm gonna go back through and add a bunch of this too. One thing I remember is that the Pope got decapitated because he tried to spread Christianity in my country. My ancestors were like, not my country. I see. I mean, you know, works out. You make learning history pretty easy. Like, well, I don't have to learn anything. Suckers. And that'd be fair. I mean, it's not wrong. It's fair. I want a spline for these railings, I think. Proposed Toy City railing. Nice. Oh no, stinking outside influence. That's what I heard. F-E. Wish we'd done that for some things. Yeah, about that. Looks like this one will work. Hell yeah, not every one of them is set up to truly do what I want to do here. This one. This one. Good to be good. Yeah, this is very good. You just go beep 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 beep. Boop. Boop. Now let's put the metal on them and it'll look like, you know, they're supposed to be this way. And I could use Toy City's these metals instead. Is that what I'm doing? No, because these railings have those special skins that are like every little detail in the world on them, and I'm not about that thug life. I ain't thugging here like that. I'm thugging like this. Hell yeah. Now it all matches. 10 out of 10, best strategy. I guess this can all be part of like the Toy City upper reaches, I guess. Maybe that's what we should call it, the upper reaches. See if I can get the style figured out. For this area. I might have way directly across, I don't know. We'll see. So what country are you in, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, finding all of us history about it. Might as well ask and all that. Yeah, looks like a safe enough rail. You probably won't die going through it. I mean, your children will walk right through it and die, but hey, man. This place is already like the most dangerous place I've ever seen in my life for children, so perfect. 10 out of 10. Yes. I don't know. There's only a handful of countries in the world, and then every other country I don't even think about. I think there's like 5 countries in the world I think about ever. Well, you're probably not in any kind of Far Eastern country at this point because you would probably be asleep at that point, statistically. So, statistically in the world, you know, more people are in those in Africa than anywhere else. That's true. you said anything that like you don't? Christianity's not a thing there, which kind of rules out most Latin American countries because they're all those. Oh, well, thanks for hanging out, big man, for the lurk. Enjoy your dinner. What countries would hate Christianity or kick them out? Well, maybe it would be. That puts you somewhere. I guess that puts you somewhere in the Middle East, then, doesn't it? Middle East or. Oh, never mind. Expecting someone in the America to know European history like you guys were important. We're terrible like that. We don't have public education here, so you know. Who was big in the 1400s? I mean, it would have been somewhere in more Eastern Europe, I would assume. What countries? Because most of Western Europe, I don't think. When did England get a lot of people in it? Now they would have had people in it by then, right? Hell if I know. Superpower then. I'll guess Italy. Why not? There was a point when Italy was a power. I don't know when that was, but it was pretty far back. Germany was a power recently. France was a power more recent than that, I think. I don't remember Spain ever being a real power, but that doesn't mean anything because it's not like I know the history of all these countries. Fair enough. I didn't think I'd guess right. There's a lot of countries here, and I'm actually just looking at a Google Maps because outside of, you know, like England, France, like Ireland, Scotland, Germany, and Spain, I actually had a hard time naming any other country over there. Actually, no, I could have named Poland. That's true, Poland, because Tekken had a Polish president. I remember that Polish president character. Does Ukraine count as being in Europe? That's interesting. I don't remember if I think it does. Maybe it does. Where's it count as being in Asia? I'm actually looking at a map right now, asking myself these questions. You had ties with Poland? I have no idea who had ties with Poland. Like I say, you act like European history was important to us, and outside of World War I and II, we don't usually care. So none of us even get taught your history in the US. I mean, like, I guess I could guess Sweden. It's right next to Poland. I mean, there's water between the Baltic Sea, but maybe? I don't know. Why did I delete those? Those were kind of nice looking. Oh. Oh wait, never mind. They're not deleted. They're in here. Oh, okay. Well, it's probably not Sweden then, unless you had a civil war. Which, you know, if you did, you did. I ain't judging. I mean, I'm judging, but I'm not judging. Shit. Oh my god. Judgment. Pure judgment. Oh my god, judgment. I guess I don't want the rail to go this whole way over, huh? Well, that's what I'm saying. It's obviously not them, you know, because unless you had a civil war with each other, it would be weird. Who else is somewhat nearby? Maybe Denmark? That's near Sweden and Poland. They might have been a power at some point. It's far enough back that I wouldn't recall. Well. Somehow I doubt I'll ever get it. I guess I could just name every country in Europe until eventually I get it. That's true. I guess I can name countries nearby. I mean, Finland's nearby there. Were they ever a power? They don't have any ocean access, though, so I don't think so. I mean, they're still on a sea, the Baltic Sea. You can kind of get there. I mean, if you're going to fight Sweden, I would assume you'd be somewhat near them. I guess Norway is also potentially near there, too. Is Norway ever a power? Probably more likely than Finland. At least they have ocean access, but their ocean access sucks. I guess the North Sea is not terrible. Playing it out like if I was playing Risk, which place would I want to pick? Or more like Civilization or something, like, which area looks like it's in the crappiest starting location? That's probably not the one I want. Pretty certain Arctic waters are not somewhere I want. Just in general. I like these stairs, but they don't fit here. They look cool though. They don't connect very well. Am I redoing stuff? Maybe. I mean, technically I could put it way down here through these spiral stairs. The design of my building isn't very good, but I'm going to say it's kind of a little wonky. Then there's tracks there. Can't be by that door. I mean, I guess it could be if I wanted. But then the train's in a bad location, but I don't know how you're getting down otherwise, if not from there. But I figured he would just eventually tell me. I already suggested a couple locations. I suggested Finland or Norway. I didn't hear from you, so I'm just gonna... I'm sure you'll let me know. Or not. It's fine too. Is that nice enough to be good? Maybe. Like I pretty much ruled out most of Eastern Europe. Because I've never really heard any of those names mentioned outside of Dracula. Like, you know, and the whole Transylvania thing and Wallachia and all those things. But that's just Castlevania's fault, let's be real here. That's really what I heard. I do like me some Castlevania. You like Castlevania, don't you? I do. I guess this can be in a corner. It's not terrible. You have to jump your way up though. There's no grab for this, I think. They look cool though. They look dangerous as hell, but what doesn't look dangerous as hell in this place? Oh, that is awful to go up and down. Just the most awful thing I've ever experienced in my life. Look at how many stairs are here. They look cool. That's about it. Oh, I'd have double jump at this point, so it would be less bad. Do 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 do. That'd be okay right there, I guess. This door is kind of weird. I guess I got another set of stairs down over here. Set of another, yeah. Yeah, this thing just obviously has to go somewhere else. It can't Unless I have some kind of extra system to hold all these. I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do indeed. Browse to. I did recolor all these. I guess I can use blue and metal as a thing for this. And technically I could do this, and this has mostly a size 8 it looks like, but might be a little not size 8 if you know what I mean. The trouble with these is they don't really fit. Like, they kind of suck. So I almost don't want to use them because they kind of suck. But I do also have rails here, so I can just make my own. Right? Like, why am I using these thingies when they're so restrictive? And they don't even look that nice when I could honestly just make this a giant solid thing here and have you walk around up here and then have a area down there. Ditch this whole section here. Maybe make it at least have a spiral staircase down instead of this straight staircase down. Or a ramp. I think it makes more sense to just start going with the more wood setups and things like that, and these things just kind of suck. Like, I have these other rails. If I want to walk away with this type of look to it, I can easily have it without this extra problematic crap. These look so much more ornate and neat. Like, it's kind of why I picked them up. I love these stairs. They were just such a cool thing. So what if I just ditch all this crap here? I'm definitely not doing this. But I mean, well, first off, I'm gonna move this over just temporarily and decide if I want to keep it, but I probably don't. But it doesn't look terrible. This would obviously just be impossible to go down, so I don't really think that's a great idea, but... I'm getting hungry. Maybe I'll go after food here pretty quick. Wait, isn't this already a brush? Or did I convert it over? I might have converted it. This isn't, but I think I kind of converted most of this over, which means I probably just want to redo it. To just have access to the full setup. Huh. I don't think they're making any new ones, to be honest. Pretty certain they're just, Bloodstain just took it over, basically, because, Konami, in their infinite lack of wisdom, fired the guy who made Castlevania, basically. Kinda dumb, if you ask me. They got rid of all their talent, and then they're like, we don't make good games anymore. Actually, when was the last time Konami made a game? I don't actually know anymore. Do they still make games? They go out of business. They might have gone out of business. Makes sense if they did. Yep. Not sure I want to keep this thing. I guess I'll move it off to the side and decide later, maybe. I get a sneaking suspicion I don't want it around. Yep, they should probably rethink their poor strategy. Doubt they will, though. Yep. That's okay. Bloodstain's just better Castlevania anyway. I was like, well, nothing really changed. I got essentially the same game, except for they just renamed some shit. Gave it more options. Perfect. Works for me. Man, this is just a dumpster fire. I don't even know what I'm doing here. No, there's still a thing here. Like, I actually don't need this. I can just have this be part of the floor. Hmm. Good to know. This isn't even the central area anymore. I'm not even sure why I'm making this giant open hole here. I did want a lot more verticality in this area, but it's going to be a long time coming before we get to this anyway. Still, if I make concepts every once in a while, then I'll be able to come back and improve upon the concepts instead of just having to make it from nothing. It's usually my go-to strat. That's weird watching this spin. Oh god, look at it go! Horrifying. Of course, I'm making another like bloodstain thing, but it's got some weird church people instead. I don't know much about it. Weird church people. I guess this goes down a lot farther than that does, so maybe I don't want to use that here. Didn't end up playing either of those, but what did they put in those? Maybe I stick with the other set of stairs, potentially. I don't know. This is just a little too tall. In reality, there should probably be another set of stairs up over here, too. Maybe even directly into here, honestly. Like, I don't hate it. Yep. Well, they already had the product. Now they don't even care about the people who made it. Corporations never care about the people who make stuff. Imagine thinking that they would think otherwise. That's adorable. That sticks to the ground, though, doesn't it? Not really. Kind of sticks up high, but I could get away with it. I could have a walkway blocking this, I suppose. I have to redo this floor if I do that, though. Bam. Yep, all about that. Think about if I even want this here. I'm not sure I do. It's weird having an entrance only on one side. But in the pump room seems like a weird place to put it too. This could be a smaller room. Because it's kind of worthless. Like, it's just wasting a bunch of space on essentially that's a button. I could have an entrance way down, which might be more interesting. I mean, this location is really worthless so far. I don't know what you could do with it. But it's been my experience that small areas should probably not be, or things that little important should probably not take up a huge space. I don't know what to do with this crazy looking thing, but I almost don't think I need this giant box here either. There's no buttons on it. It's weird. Oh. I haven't played any of them. I'm not even sure what a couple of them even are. Arcades and Yota I don't really know much about. I know what Borderlands 4 is. I haven't looked at anything about it. Probably because Borderlands 3 wasn't very good, so I was like, I don't really want to look at Borderlands 4. When I saw that streamer I knew was playing it, it was really bland and boring looking. It was like a PC nerfed version of Doom. Did not look fun, did not look interesting. Looked very, very mediocre. About the best way I'd put it. Did not look good. 0 out of 10, did not look good. I don't know how much it sold. I mean, I would just go by whichever one sold the worst. It's probably the worst because they're all pretty bad sounding. Like, which one's the biggest pile of crap we're talking about here, you know? If it's all garbage, then meh. Oh, moving this is not a free roll at all. Could be though. Aha! Boom shakalaka. Yeah. And this lets me have that there. What is this? It's just a thing here. Wall decoration? Fair. I do love me some wall decorations, I guess. Whoa, whoa, buddy. Maybe not that much love. There was love, but was there that much love? 3 M's, they're mostly misses, some success. These are good, yep. That's because the indies can take a chance. A lot of indies suck, though, to be fair. It's not like every indie is good just because they're an indie. But a lot of them turn out to be not too bad. I didn't even do this, I was just staring at the ceiling. Well, I could put it over here as a way down, just an extra door. Blockade the stairs a bit, I guess. It's not a terrible idea. I don't want to remake the floor again. Yep. That's the hope. Fun is good. If you ain't having fun with your game, what are you even doing? And I thought I had this completely figured out. Now I'm like, do I want to add this thing here? Maybe I do. Just an extra interesting way down. It seems like the building would have it. I thought that would create another locked area, basically. But I could have a locked area down here that can only be reached by, because the key's locked there, so you have to come from above and go down. Not a bad call. You scan time by 7 minutes. Rally is increased by 1 hour. Well, yeah, you know. It just goes to the end of the bar to make you feel better, like it's, you know, gonna get done. But in reality, it's as far from done as possible. It just wants you to feel better. That's all. You'll feel good because you'll think that it's done. Some people do be silly like that, thinking it's going to be done. You can just RFG this thingy here. I don't think I need it. There's a rail on the other side, and this place is as dangerous as it comes, so I'm not too surprised if it's... looks like a death trap, as they say. Oh, that's not the right one at all. Well, this just becomes a viewing area, which is fine. But now I kind of want to move this door over. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Where it sits at the 99% for the next hour. Yeah. Been there. Been there. I don't know why I did it that way. It'll be okay. Just a long viewing hallway to look through the thing here. Which by that standard I have to block him out of this area too. Maybe instead of deleting that rail I should have just shrunk it down to cover the area behind here. Well, the post office guy hasn't come by today. Interesting. He's supposed to pick up a package. I'm waiting for him all day. Thinking, oh, he'll show up eventually. Indeed. He does not appear to be here. That's unfortunate. I wanted the package to go out today, not Monday, but it is what it is. Monday is fine. Not ideal, but fine. It can probably work. Right, don't do that because it causes an error. Meh. I think the roommate wants to go get pizza or something. Pizza does sound good. Where do you open? I mean, either way is going to be pretty inconvenient in here, but that's okay. I want these to be kind of far from each other, to be honest. Oh, I did it like that. That probably works. It'd be real tight, but whenever I decide to redo the ceiling, I'll have an entrance way down. I'm not doing that right now. I gotta really think what's gonna even be on the third chapter. It's so big and open. I probably want to design more mechanics by that point there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bounce. Food sounds real good. I'll be back in probably on Tuesday. Much earlier, 8 a.m. instead of today, where I think I started at like 10 or 11 or something. I don't know. You know. It's an off day to stream anyway. I was just streaming because I missed a day during the week, and I was like, I might as well stream. So yeah, if anyone doesn't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. Like we saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, wish listed or don't. You know, thanks for watching. And I will see everyone later.